Peace. Peace to the garden. What's up? This is Conversations with King, and I'm happy to be here. This is Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, and everybody should be happy and grateful and thankful. But those who don't celebrate Thanksgiving is understandable. Shout out to all the original indigenous people of America, or the Native Americans. If you do not celebrate Thanksgiving, I totally understand. And we want to give a shout out to all the Native American people that went through ordeals when people came to their land and took their resources. So shout out to everybody, and shout out to everybody that do celebrate Thanksgiving. If that's what you do, that's what you do, and it's all love. Anything that's about love, and that's what we're about. I'm just here just to celebrate life with you.
What
Shout
you
out to
do for
everybody that came.
Thanksgiving?
Huh?
What you do for Thanksgiving?
Well, I don't. I'm not doing anything for them. I've never celebrated Thanksgiving.
You don't visit family?
I say, fam, I'm in New York. Family is here. I walk outside as family. You feel me? So but me, the Thanksgiving is an amazing time for people. You get to see who's really good cooking, who can't cook. But I'll let y'all talk about Thanksgiving. I just want to get through this real quick, the intro and the sponsorship. So today was an amazing day because we are all alive. That's number one. Shout out to all the people that came to the room to support us. Shout out to Queen Terry. Thank you so much. Shout out to Lynette Hodge. Love you, Flower. Shout out to Cheryl. We know we always love you, Flower. Shout out to Quantum Love. Shout out to Rasta Baby, super moderator. Shout out to all the rocks. When I see the rock, I'm going to say rocking with y'all, right? Because I'm rocking with y'all. You get it? Rock and King, rocking with y'all. Get ready for that t-shirt to come out. We are rocking with all the men in the room. So shout out to all the men in the room. I'm rocking with Chris. I'm rocking with Love Boy Lensky. I'm rocking with E Black. I'm rocking with Darrell. I'm rocking with Chef. And everybody know my boy, my friend. I'm rocking with Willie Dean. So shout out to Willie Dean for supporting the line at E Black. They bought some products today, but we're gonna get to that later. But we got something called Rocking. Willie, Rock and King. Look out for that concert too, coming real soon. I want to say, everybody, please, everything we do in regards to God in the Rocks. I started the concept, the God in the Rock, and you see how my brother Chef took it to another level. So it seems like everything we do is organic, and it makes sense. The whole homostasis concept, how I just let things be and let people argue, and then it comes back to peaceful resolutions by itself. Through conversations, you eventually come to resolutions. So I'm just happy to be here. Go and share this page. Everybody come in the room, because today is going to be a show. It's going to be a very spicy show. I don't want to tell you why it's going to be a spicy show, but don't be surprised if people jump in. Also, I might do a little pre-smoke session, because I'm trying to get somebody to come and get some smoke session on Chef page on Friday. But I don't think that person is going to come. But we're gonna know who I have a smoke session with. I might give you a clue. It's not the lady attorney. It's not Computer Love. It's not E40, but Shaman Rawls. Shaman Rawls, my beloved frat brother. I'm looking for you, Shaman Rawls. I'm looking for you. I got receipts, and I want everybody to know that he's a very intelligent man, but he's shady. So he never wants to. I'll dare him to come up, because if he comes up, I'm putting up receipts to show how shady and how discouraging he was when I first started. Even though he told me what camera to buy, even though my iPhone is a better camera, but he told me what camera to buy. I appreciate you, but you owe me $20 too, Shaman Rose. You owe me $20. I want my $20, Shaman Rose. With that being said, thank you so much. I appreciate you for being here. Get Shannon on the phone and tell Shannon I'll see him on Friday. If not, we could do it right here. With that being said, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. We are doing exceptionally well for a small channel, a moderate channel. Our analytics it's amazing, and don't be surprised if we get positioned on higher platforms or other platforms pretty soon. Don't be surprised if not. We can rock out on YouTube all day, baby. Shout out to everybody. Please support the page with your cash apps and also with your super chats, because those chats go back to the program so we can have a better program and better production. And also, at the end of the day, I dedicate time to this. And I want my brothers to get their own page super popping. That's why I have a big announcement for my brothers, or my horsemen as well as my flowers that do the show with me as well. Shout out to the sponsorship. We always gotta give love to Ripple. Ripple has always been showing us love. So shout out to Ripple. Please go and support Ripple if you can. This is the lychee aroma. It's called Boost. Zero nicotine, zero THC, and it's one of the things that that believed in us before we believed in ourselves. So shout out to Ripple. Thank you very much. Use the code on the bottom. It's called the Ripple King, 15% discount. Please go and support. Also, those who are into reading books, we want to get love and life through the eyes of travel. Sold on Kindle, Apple iBooks, BookBaby, and Amazon. Please go and support this book of 60 affirmations, me traveling the world, romancing women, and coming back and living the ordeal to talk about it, right? I love you for that. Please read this book. If you read this book, you'll see my higher self. And yes, that's my peanut head on a camel in really in Egypt with a beautiful lady. Name we won't say, but we call her Rebel Soul. Also, funny thing is, my brother, he also wrote a book that has love in it. Willie Dean, give a shout out to your book, please.
What's good? What's good, everybody? Children's book titled Love. Appreciate it if everybody would support. It's definitely a must-have on your shelf, for parents and aspiring parents as well as kids. Also we'll support Kings, Love and Life Through the Eyes of Travel. Both books you definitely should and must-have on the shelf. And make sure you subscribe to all the channels up here. Be Black, the Rails page, Chef's page, and we always appreciate the support.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also, for those who don't know, you can always, those who don't got super chat and it's attached to their Google account, you can always go to Kinghormeku on Cash App and donate. We appreciate any amount of donations. That's grateful. You don't have to. If you don't have, it's okay. The show is going to go on. But if you like what we're doing and we're entertaining you, why not? Why not spread the love? Spread love is the Brooklyn way, but it's the global way, because what happens is, it seems to me, when you give, you get. Right? I'm giving wisdom, I get things back. I gave money out, I give things. I've been blessed all my life because I give. Give. So if you want to give, it's up to you, and I'm grateful. We're not millionaires. No one here is millionaires yet. At least liquid, right? So let's support, make sure everybody, and we were millionaires, we wouldn't brag about it, because that's not the way to go. People are starving.
I got $1 million soul, man.
Yeah. If I wasn't a millionaire, I'll probably still say I wasn't a millionaire, because that's nothing to brag about, because people are starving out there. Another thing too, today was the day that I launched my merchandise store. I want everybody to go and support. We got some fly designs by Terry herself. She's a monster when it comes to designs. We did the being great. It's the new petty t-shirts, and we also have the new logo for King, Conversation with King. So please go and support. I appreciate you. Please go and support. It's on Bonfire, and as you know, Bonfire, we don't get as much profit as you think we do, but we make sure that the product is a good product, and also it gets to you in a timely fashion. So I don't have a bunch of cases and sweaters in the crib. They control everything. We just give them the design. You order from them. If something goes wrong, you deal with them. Don't deal with me. Last time, one of our rocks, I'm rocking with you. You know who I'm talking about? Called me with an issue with Ripple, and I had to contact the headquarters, and they're going to send him a new bunch of Ripple. But that's not my job to deal with Ripple. But if you call me, I'm going to make that call, because I rock with everybody. But you go with them directly, and also with my merchandise stores, you go to Bonfire directly. Please go and support the merchandise. It's fly. One day we're gonna have a merchandise party, and you can't come unless you got the Conversation with King hoodie, t-shirt on. Also, we're gonna have some other stuff coming with our new Patreon. I have a new Patreon page setting up right now, where I want to have me going out on dates with certain girls, so you can know this lifestyle is real. This Playboy lifestyle is real. And I'm gonna be looking for a wife. I'm also going to be talking to people, celebrities, or just living my life. And if you're interested with special topics, with special guests, join the Patreon, and that's coming up real soon. Also, since we talked about that, I want everybody to realize that this Conversation with King is a live streaming show, and we do not play around. Everything is on real time. And with that being said, I want to introduce the people on the panel. Shout out to E Black for being on the panel, one of the four horsemen. Shout out to Chef, one of the four horsemen, and also shout out to Willie Dean, definitely one of my best friends, and Knight. We also want to let people know there's some special announcements with shows. As you know, yesterday we had this conversation with Kings, and I had literally 6 women up there that killed it, 6 flowers. We would no longer be using the other name because everything will be under one page. Conversation with King. So every Tuesday, Hanifa, Mayat, Jen, right? Hanifa, Mayat, Jen will be coming through and killing it. All right? And I want everybody to be aware that they're going to have a guest for you. Fly guests and everything. We're trying to get Tawana on board permanently, but every Tuesday. With that being said, I will only be doing my shows for now Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, prime time, 7 to 11, 7 to 12. Tuesday from 7 to 9 o'clock or 7 to 9:30 will be E Black show. So if you come and see me 7 o'clock, we all going to E Black's page at 7 o'clock. I will be there to support. It will be the primetime show for Tuesday. On Thursday, the primetime shows will be on Chef page from 7 to 10, 7 to 10. And we will go there and support. So this is what we're doing. We're spreading love. We're spreading love. Because at the end of the day, we all got to get there together. And as you know, Darrell is going to do his thing. Whenever Darrell wants to day, let me know. Saturdays, whatever. But Darrell usually doesn't do live streams. He tends to do recorded. So whatever event he wants to do, that is our brother. Shout out to Darrell, one of the four horsemen. Thank you. But remember, Tuesday, 7 o'clock, E Black page. I will be there like y'all hear from me now. Thursday, Chef page. I will be there. My page, Conversations with King, will be on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays for now. And the ladies, the flowers, will be on Tuesday from 9 to 12 or 9 to 11, depending on how good the conversation is. So please go and support. Also, go and support On the Block with Jen. She did her thing yesterday with the ladies. Please go and support her. That was a great chemistry they have. I hope they could continue it and do her thing. Also, go and check out her page. Get her some more subscribers. She's almost there. She's at 850, I believe. A little bit over 850. Somebody can make sure she's a little bit over 850. Go and support her. We need 150 more subs. Please have her get to that 1,000 mark. And also have Darrell. He's close. He's at 800, close to 850 as well. Please help him get to 1,000 a band. This is what we need. And then next up is E Black and then Chef. And we should be.
Now,
and
Chef might pass me.
Chef, how much do you have again?
Chef is killing it. Chef
is
might
like 300
next week.
Huh? I can't hear you. Yeah.
I got 243 because Sherelle took back her 7 because she mad at me. But she gonna give them back when I upload the clips that we got with her. Don't worry, she gonna love me again.
No, but we want to make sure everybody go sub E Black and Chef page, please. And also, we all know at the end of the day, we all know On the Block, Jen killed it with the ladies. Hanifa killed it. Mayat killed it. Mayat did her first stream and she killed it. Right? Tawana, the mother of this thing, killed it. And Monique, she is super dope. I hope that she comes back.
Mayat put that Egyptian spice on it yesterday, boy.
Right. Please, everybody, listen to Rasta Baby. She's the moderator of them all. Please listen to Rasta Baby and listen to her and go to On the Block with Jen and subscribe to Jen. Whatever y'all do, subscribe to Jen. So with that being said, I want to see where the likes is at because it's at 60. And this is what I like to see. I like to see 100 before the hour. Right now, Lenski Rasta Baby is beating a record. You're getting our likes. You're getting us to 100 within the first 30 minutes. That's amazing. Can you do that? Can we get to 100 within the first 30 minutes? We got 15 more minutes left, and I appreciate that. Also, Rasta Baby, you are doing a great job as a moderator. We appreciate you. And you're in New York, and we still didn't get no drinks yet. Bring your man. I know you got a man. Your man is my brother. I don't play games like that. Rasta baby, if you're in New York, holla at your bro. Holla at your bro. Holla at your bro. Shout out to Don Frank. Keep on doing your thing, baby love. I was like, I always want to say it.
Shout out to Danica, Danny K,
Mm-hmm.
Anthony.
Right. That's it. Listen, sub to Daryl Long page. Please go and support his page as well. You feel me? Go and support his page. Chef page. Go and support his page. This is what you're doing. Oh, you in Jersey? You in Jersey? Everybody's out here. It's my Rasta baby's your birthday on Monday. Oh, oh man, Rasta baby. We gotta celebrate. I don't know if we can celebrate that Monday because the weekend for the Thanksgiving, but we gotta celebrate, Rasta baby. We gotta celebrate. We gotta celebrate. Let's start sharing this page. Get the page up, and I just want to say, we're gonna have a great show today. And don't forget, please don't hesitate to donate or buy Kinghormeku super chats, or go and buy the book or the merchandise. Please, this is what we do. Bonfire, buy the merchandise, donate, super chat, or buy the book, or go and support Ripple and get the 50% discount. I don't really get too much from that. I just know it's a really good product, to be honest with you. It's a very, very good product. Happy early birthday. You got that right. It's her birthday. It's her birthday. Loverboy Lansky, what's up? You a hot commodity. Everybody's looking for you, man. One day you're gonna have your own show and kill it. You a hot commodity, brother. With that being said, damn, why am I a little famished for some reason? Let me get some tea, some green tea. Shout out to Sharon Rawls. Shannon Rawls. Whatever his name is, but he don't want no smoke with me. I promise you, he don't want no smoke with me. I found the receipts in the conversations. You don't want no smoke with me. You should be ashamed of yourself. You chose somebody over your own frat member. I'm a man first, man. I'm a man first. He don't want no smoke with me. And yes, I'm doing it for views. If he comes up here, I'm crushing him for views. He chose Lady Attorney over his frat brother. He chose Chris over his frat brother. Shout out to you. With that being said, Loverboy Linsky, yes, he I still got show deference. He's still whatever. Oh, go get some oxtails, King. I miss NYC. Hell yeah. I might have to order some oxtail, baby. With that being said, listen, funny story today, though. Funny story. I woke up, I sent out the emails and the links for my merchandise store. Went to get my cut and everything. And then I realized, not a funny story, but a funny epiphany. I realized that this thing is fairly new for all of us. This is new. This is crazy. We are really, really doing something fairly new, where we are basically becoming Black influencers. And I'm not just talking about us. I'm talking about the community garden as well, right? Like, you gotta know the type of trends y'all starting. Shout out to Mayat. You did your thing yesterday, Queen. You did your thing yesterday. It's just amazing that we get to give birth to new things. We are all creators. We created our page. We created terms, ideologies that are new, not just to the world, but just to social media. And we're doing it from a classy standpoint. I know sometimes I do get ignorant. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do get ignorant, but that's who I am. And I'm not gonna stop that for anybody. But we really understand that we're shifting the paradigm. I am still Neo from the Matrix. Never ever forget that. I'm Neo from the Matrix. I did not come here. The only difference between me and Neo, I'm not gonna die at the end. I'm not. So I am Neo from the Matrix. I'm letting y'all know. So please go and support. But it's funny. I just realized how important we can become. We're not there yet. We have a lot of work to do. There's other channels that have 55,000, 40,000, hundreds of thousands. Like Tasha K. Shout out to her. She got 938K. A Black woman. A Black woman. We gotta come on. We gotta give that up to her. We got to give that up to us. So we're gonna keep on rocking, and I believe one of us, or maybe multiple of us, are going to set the record straight and become like what we deserve to become. Great influencers. With that being said, let me start it off with the spicy topic of the day. And the spicy topic of the day deals with, I don't want to say men and women, but I have an issue with men. Men, why are we being out hustled? And this is dedicated for Darrell. He gave me this spicy topic. I'm not going to front. Why are we being out hustled and outworked by women and still expect them to respect us? We are being, as a group, out hustled and outworked by women. But yet we demand them to do what we say, when we say, and how we say it, because for the sake of not growing old and dying alone. Why? Why? There's something not right here. I want to ask, what are we doing to the little girls? What are we instilling in little girls that make them grow up and out hustle our sons or their potential husbands in school, in professionalism, just in ambition? What are we doing? How did we fail our young men to the point that they don't want to hustle no more? I got girls my age smoking me. And the only reason I'm keeping up is because my parents got legacy. So I have a few properties from, you know what I mean? But other than that, if I didn't have my parents, the woman is smoking me. They start out with less and ended up with more. I'm not afraid to admit that. You know, there's a couple of women that got 20, 30 million. I'm not there yet. I don't got 20, 30 million. They like me. You feel me? They like the charm. My charm is $1 billion. My aura is $1 billion. But in this earth, on this earth, they got heaven. They got girls that got heaven on earth right now. They got heaven on earth. They killing us. Why aren't we rising to the occasion? Why don't we have more Loverboy Lenskys who can take care of the woman that he caught? Why don't we have more Willie Deans who can have a family and be able to take his daughters to math lessons, piano lessons, dance recitals, all types of auxiliary? One time I remember I was headed to a Dominican club, and I was talking to Will on the phone, and I was like, yo, son, you know, the having kids is crazy. And it's like, as soon as you have a kid, you're $250,000 in the drain. As soon as a kid is born. He said, oh yeah, you forgot to include the piano lessons, the recital lessons, the extracurricular activities. You forgot. So you already, depending on how you want your child to end up, you in the hole. And then times that by 3. Willie, times that by 3. Why are we failing? Why are we not preparing our young men to step up and rise to the occasion? Do we want more kings? Do we want more Kinghormekus to go out there making money and not marry this woman? Do we really want that? Or do we want men who are willing to take care of their family and others, like the 3 gentlemen up here? Do we want a king? Do we want another king to go out there and have fun and follow hedonistic ways and try to cover up by saying, I give so much scholarship to the kids in the community, I did so many programs for the kids in the community, so many jobs, but he's still not training another young man to be a man or a father? But maybe King is doing that, but he's doing it, he's making a man, but he's not making a man a husband or a father. I can make men who love their communities, but can I make a man love a woman or love his children? That's a different type of schooling. That's a different type of schooling. How do we teach our men not just to become men, but also to become husbands and to become fathers? My father taught me how to be a father, but I'm not a father yet. But how do we prepare our men? Because they're getting smoked right now. They're getting smoked to the point that women are settling right now. Go ahead, fellas.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, it's really you really hit it on the head. Why? You know, when we talk about the different shows that we've done, even in a pre-show where I brought up on Veterans Day that more African American women are in the armed services than African American men. They're representing our country more than us. Well, most of them are in colleges trying to further their education than us. Now, I don't think that's always fair because I don't think that also includes trades because black men do enter trades, you know, carpentry, a lot of different avenues of employment. So, but the fact of the matter is that when you put your eye to the street, what is being left from our previous generation? Today, I talked about, you know, ethical leadership. What are we sending to our next generation that is
Mm,
being passed on? What ethics? What morals? What type of behaviors and manifestations are we creating within each other? Is it all just about exploring our options? Is it all just about broken homes? Is it all about baby mama drama and being able to handle it because you got the money to handle it? See,
mm,
some of these things, like I said, a lot of people got to read between the lines. And as a black man, my responsibility is to ensure that the next generation should be handled, should be taken
mm.
care of, should be protected. See, some I get a lot of flack because of my viewpoint, but the simple answer is this: is that men don't want to be men. Men don't want to sacrifice. Men don't want to put themselves in the lion's den. They want to go out and kill squirrels and rabbits and feast in the forest by themselves and call that survival.
Right.
They don't want to take care of the tribe no more.
Mm,
And not only do they not want to take care of the tribe, they want to destroy the tribe by using drugs, by perpetuating unprotected sex, by perpetuating death, disease, and destruction. So I'm not surprised by the landscape. But what I am going to say is that as a man, I will no longer continue that. I will no longer put that on the table for our community. It's no longer, it dies with me.
mm, 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 mm. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk to me. Talk to me, Chef.
Black said a lot, yo.
He's been on a roll. You
Black,
saw him show he was on a roll. He's been on a roll.
he's on the road. You know, damn. Go ahead, Willie. Go ahead, Willie. Go ahead.
All right, so there was a lot of things that I need to touch upon, but I'm gonna start with my kids, for example.
Right.
Now, my son's gonna know how to be a man and how to treat a woman by the way I treat his mother.
Mm,
My daughter is gonna know, what kind of man she needs based on, and I'm setting the example, So I mean, and I may, I'm setting the bar extremely high for whoever eventually tries to marry my daughters because like I always say, the father is the first hero of of their daughters.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like they look up to the father as protection. So, you know, I'm setting the bar extremely high for any man that eventually tries to, wed my daughters or even be with my daughters because, you know, whether the guy likes it or not, they're going to compare them to me. Are they going to do they have the qualities that my father has?
Right.
Are they going to protect me like my father protected my mother? You know what I'm saying? So, and for both sexes of my kids, they're going to understand, what's expected of them and how they're supposed to not only treat a woman, but how they're supposed to carry themselves based on the way I carry myself, based on the way, my wife carries herself. Now, the other question about the reason why women are passing men, you know, how far do you want me to go back? You know, I take slavery out of it. How
Right.
they tried to demasculate us and you know, break us down in front of a woman and all. Take that out.
Right.
Now what's the next tough time for the black male? Right? We had the mass incarceration.
Mm-hmm.
So these men all the time, like throughout history, and it's not an excuse because we have enough men out here to where we can come together and minimize some of the effects that these things are happening. Because like, you know, look, especially like in my hood, there's no they used to have, like, you know, Big Brother programs and all of that. All of those are gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's no like leader, you know, establishments like in the community for kids to even go to when their father is snatched from the home to look up to. You know, so it's like they're walking around lost, and then they're just gonna follow whoever's gonna put money in their pocket.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Instead of following somebody that's gonna, you know, teach them the things that they need to be successful in life.
Teaching them how to fish.
Right.
Right.
So here's my
They just pacifying them with some money so that, you know, instant gratification. You know,
right.
oh, I got money. They can just hurry up and buy what they want. Now they broke again, and then now they owe this dude who gave them the money a favor.
Hmm.
You know, so they get bought. They get
Let me ask you a
bought.
question, because we know your daughters are going to have uh, uh, a well-rounded education or academic journey. Like they said education is not confined within the school walls. So it's going to be things outside of education that add to them. You're preparing your daughters, but who's preparing their potential husbands? Like who's preparing those guys? I was when I was at Columbia, they had Steve Harvey had an event at Cipriani's in Wall Street, and it's for his book, I believe. It was years ago. And I remember he said that I wrote this book. Was it Think Like a Woman, Act Like a Man? He said I wrote this book because I was trying to prepare our young men to marry my daughters. There was nobody willing to marry my daughters or qualify. And I feel like we first of all, there's a shortage of men anyway. But and then the women are doing their thing. So how are we preparing young men to step into like what do you besides you do a lot for your community, but you teach them how to survive and process what's going on. But are you really preparing them to assume the ability to take care of your daughters?
Is,
Yeah,
is this for me
yeah,
or
yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah. Because you're doing that for the community, so you're teaching them how to be men, but are you teaching them how to prepare for your daughters? Oh, young ladies like your daughters.
So with the kids that I
Right.
am around in the community and stuff.
Yes.
Okay, well, you know, the first thing that I do with the kids in the community is teach them how to love themselves, because if they don't love themselves, they're not going to be able to love anybody else, even my daughters for that matter. Also,
Mhm.
you know, I'm not one of those dudes that just is focusing only on my household. I'm focusing on outside of my household too, because they're going to impact my household also,
Mhm.
because that's where my kids are. So all the communities where my kids are going to be, I'm making sure I'm heavily involved in those communities, because
Mhm.
when they're not in the home, that's where they're going to be.
Right.
So I got to make sure that I'm there also to try to help, you know, guide those kids too. And it's a lot, and some people don't want may not necessarily want to take on all of those responsibilities, but it's like I'm just trying to, you know, not only help people that don't have the male figure in their home, because ultimately those people are going to be out there interacting with my children also. So it's like and you can't save the world, but
Right.
it's like if I can just help a couple, then I feel like I'm doing my part. You know what I'm saying? It's like I can only do what I can do.
Right. So let me ask you a question, Darrell. Thank you for coming. One of the four horsemen. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, you know how to take care of women and handle your responsibility. And you're transparent and you're
Mm-hmm.
accountable. And this question was based on what you told me. Like, yo, King, we need to talk about this subject. Why are they out hustling? Why are women out? So this is his question. Why are they
Mm-hmm.
out hustling men? So my question to you, outside of your fraternity, what are you doing to prepare young men to be suitable that not who are not related to you to be suitable or qualified for your daughter?
So, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
What's good? What's good, panel? What's good, Garden? So, two different things. When I was at Central Michigan, we started a group called Men About Change. I
Mm,
spoke about this a few different times, and shout out to Dr. Dwayne Jenkins, A5A. At the end of the day, I took these different lessons that he taught all of us in Men About Change, and I've been implementing all of these different lessons since. And since I left Central Michigan, I joined a group called the Borgen Project. All of you guys can Google it. I leave a link in the description for you guys. But with the Borgen Project is a poverty combatant group. And what we do is we go from different community to different community combating poverty. In our community, that's a vast different thing. You know what I'm saying it's you can go from the Bloods to the Crips to the it don't matter where you at, it's poverty everywhere. They all
Suwu.
they all affected by it, right? You know what I'm saying? So to get to the original topic, why do women out hustle men? I think that a lot of women they have bigger goals than a lot of men. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we did a show a few weeks ago, maybe not even a few weeks ago, but we was talking about money and some of us felt like it was good to stay where you was at. And I was just saying to me, it doesn't make no sense to make 80K in 365 days when I know I can make half a million. And a lot of women, they gonna do that. Businesses are being opened more by black women because they got more hustle.
Mm,
That's just what it is. They don't want to make $14 an hour. They want to make $14 per transaction. They want to make $20, $30, $50, $60 per transaction. They counting transaction at the end of the days. They doing invoices, right? I know a flower right now. She doing real estate. She doing stock. She doing bonds. She doing forex, right? She do all of this. We all get the same 24 hours. That's why to me, it's always important about telling the truth about what you really got, who you really are. These women, they are out hustling us. People say stuff like, well, women are the most enrolled, they don't graduate the most. Show me the data. Because I'll show you the data that say they are graduating the most. I'll show you the data that say that, and Willie Dean noticed that black men are going to prison more too. When I first met Chef, we spoke about this on the panel. I think we was talking about the presidency, and we was talking about Bill Clinton. I think we was talking about the crime bill and how it affected your community, his community, my community.
right.
You know who it didn't tremendously affect? Black women. As they grew up, there was systems in place that helped them. Not only that, they didn't have to go out here and sell drugs and be a part of different societies to make money. Because again, the beautiful ones, they can go in different communities and different groups. They're gonna get funding for their business. They're gonna get funding for school. They're gonna get books, tuitions, car notes, all of it taken care of. Right. So to me, they hustle harder because they just want more.
Right.
And the ultimate reason, King, they hustle because they can't rely on black men. That's a fact.
Right. So you're saying basically, woman independence is inverse. It's because black men are not dependable. The independence within women has increased because the dependability in black men has decreased.
Yeah, you know
And
what?
that,
When I was at school, I used to say that black men, we have proven our inability to commit, protect, and provide by any means necessary. And because of that, It's women that hustle harder than men out here. They're not gonna make no excuses. They're gonna go out here and get it. They're gonna sell weave, strip, babysit, and got a 9 to 5 going to college. Just like
Mm,
Diamond from the Players Club. She was going to
mm,
school and she was stripping, right? She was hustling.
right.
So I mean, that's how I look at it.
Yeah,
And another,
just a real correction. Out of all women who out of all businesses that are being started, 53% are started by women. So Darrell is correct. It is 50 more women, but the marginal difference of 3%, you know, does need to be taken account that men do start businesses,
I
and
mean,
it's dependent on the
6%, 6%.
yeah.
Yeah.
well,
So
we can't get caught up. We can't get caught up with the numbers though, and the reason why I say that is because a lot of
I just don't
no,
want us to paint. I just don't want us to paint the fact that men are still contributing to our
no,
society.
no. What I mean is a lot of men start businesses and then put their mother or put their grandmother or put their wife as the person to own the business because of the tax breaks and the tax benefit.
Also, they do it because we have something called MWBE, right?
Right. That's what I mean.
And then with being an NWBE, you are allowed for certain government grants or certain
Right.
opportunities
Right.
or certain contracts. And so a lot of times, even white men, because they want to get those
Yeah.
NWBE contracts, they make their wife,
Right.
whatever. So yeah, this other reasons. I'm glad you brought that up, Willie D.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I do agree that women are hustling men because not only are men being snatched from the household and the different challenges with with the law and stuff, but like Darrell said, like we're not handling our business because if we were handling our business, then you want to have these women out here with that mentality, like I gotta not rely on a man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we we not we not handling our business, so they looking like, yo, I got to get it on my own then. You know?
Let's talk about that. We got to talk about that because the same way that we have the conversation when we talk about how black folks from other countries are able to come here and take advantage of opportunities that black Americans that's here part of the diaspora are unable to take advantage of, and we call it the bootstrapping conversation.
Yeah.
Well, watch this. The bootstrapping conversation also comes into play when we speak on the gender aspects of employment and benefit for black versus black men versus black women. Why is that? Because if we are of a at least semi-militant mindset or understanding everything that's taking place, then we also have to take full understanding of eugenics as one. Also the need for a particular system to almost deconstruct and weaken the black family, right? If we believe that is something real and that's a part of the construct, then you have to think too, how do we weaken the black family? You remove the head. If we are looked at as a snake to them, which we were looked at as a snake, you remove the head of the snake. So if we understand there are specific latent forms of systemic oppression that are meant with the ultimate end goal of reducing the strength of our family, then of course the head has been attacked. And then you start to bring in little pieces, prison industrial complex, the specific laws that have been enacted in order to put us in certain places, right? Now, only when you take in all of those variables now, and we look at the situation and say, men ain't doing nothing in comparison. We can't really do that because if you do that, then that's going to be the equivalent of a wealthy black person saying, black folks, y'all can do it, y'all ain't doing it, y'all ain't doing it, and totally ignore the oppression that's taking place. You think the deconstruction of the black family is over? It finished with Jim Crow. It finished in '64 with the Civil Rights Act. Hell nah. So what I'm stating is, we have to look at all of that also before we assign a specific set of judgment, because it's all important.
Well, I want to say one thing. I want to give a little bit pushback to that. Not that I agree with what I'm saying, but it's just a pushback. So don't, it's nothing personal. The pushback I'm going to give is that being a black woman, I'm not a black woman, but they have 2 strikes against them. That's black and woman, whether Latina and woman, Asian and woman. You have 2 strikes against you. So when black men, and I have to say this is not 100% my what I feel, but I have to say this: there is this Willie Lynch aura going on when they try to castrate us from being the head of the household. But that's not a good enough reason or excuse for me. Why I say that?
Affirmative action, bro.
Even affirmative, I don't think it's
the same 2 strikes. The same 2 strikes you said they had.
Yeah, I didn't even finish though. I didn't.
Okay, go ahead.
So
go ahead.
At the end of the day, for me, it's not a good enough excuse for black men, because yes, I get it. There's systematic things going against us. I've been there. I had 2 degrees and I couldn't get a job. I know how that feels. But guess what? I looked right around me and my source of income was from within. I had to look deep within to find a way to survive. I get it. Because they wouldn't give it to me, I had to get it on my own. From my family. That's how I was able to survive. There is no excuse for black men not to rise to the occasion. Because if you talk about who's been systematically oppressed, there's no one that's been systematically oppressed more than women. No one.
So
I disagree.
There's no, and then to be a black woman, a Latino woman, an Asian woman, and they still are surpassing us. They're still killing us. Okay, here's another example. I'm not saying that those systematic things don't affect us, but we have to say, you know what Slick Rick always says, the great philosopher, he says, society is a poor excuse for a man. Period. Like, we have to figure out how to make it happen. I'm not saying it's easy, but you can't tell me why these young ladies are making moves and we're not making moves. I know men. I know men in New York City that deal with certain women for a place to live. They're called hobosexuals. That's what they do. So you can't tell me that this man, able-bodied man, is not trying to figure it out because he was incarcerated. He was this. I get it. Those are valid points, but it shouldn't be used as an excuse, because what happens is we have to start looking for results and not excuses. If I can find an excuse, for me not wanting to do YouTube and me not want to get monetized. Oh God, my camera's cheap. Oh God, I don't know what's going on. Oh God, I can make 100 excuses, but because I wanted results, how bad do black men want it? That's my question. How bad do black men want it?
Do you think it's a philosophy though? Do you think?
But you're making comparisons. Hold on 1 second, E. But you're making comparisons though. That's the thing. You're making a comparison. It's not a comparative thing, and I'll explain why. You talked about the strikes the sisters had, the fact that they were black and they were women. Well, within the advent of affirmative action, where it ended up being co-opted by other groups, they fit 2 check boxes. 2 companies were able to satisfy the female employee checkbox as well as the black employee checkbox. So when the affirmative action kicked in, we were starting to become underemployed as well. So when you can't use the comparison. We could speak, when I'm speaking, you're saying excuse, right? Excuse is normally an unsolicited reason given by an offending person to subvert or circumvent accountability. That's not what's happening. We're talking about causation, right? So you're making a comparison. How come they can do it and you can't do it? You ain't hustling, bro. They were no. I'm just saying that the system allowed for them to come up. During that same time of affirmative action within corporate employment was also the affirmative action that took place within the welfare system, which means that the man could not be there. If you happen to date a lady, you see the movie Claudine, you happen to date a woman, okay? What was that? Diane Carroll and James Earl Jones, right?
Mm-hmm.
You date a woman, and the welfare caseworker comes through. They will check your ID and ask you if you're giving her any money. They will come to see if there's any clothing there if a man lives there. They're going to look at TVs. They're going to check the assets. The whole purpose was to make sure that the man was not there. And at the same time, and then at the same time also doing, using the military system to register a lot of our brothers to go and fight in the war. So when we talk about all of those pieces, and then it'd be like, come on, son. Come on, man. Step your game up, kid. We can't really do it like that because the people that they're being compared to are the people, every strike that you said that they received is every check mark and every bump up on the affirmative action ladder that they receive. And it's easier for the companies. They get tax abatements by hiring more black women because they satisfy more boxes.
Well, I wouldn't say all black women, but I would say one thing, and this is going to just shake the room up, and we're going to go into a rabbit hole. Compassion is not synonymous with responsibility, Chef.
Say it again.
Compassion is not synonymous with responsibility. Meaning that if I have a rent to pay, I can't say I can't find a job. Oh my God, something's wrong. I can't do this. You got to find a way. Meaning when I go to Whole Foods, I can't say, oh my God, my mental health for suicide for black men is at an all-time high. Can you give me this food for free? Compassion is not synonymous with responsibilities. And when we keep on trying to show compassion to men for not stepping up to the plate, we lose. Compassion.
Oh, I'm not talking about compassion. Yeah, I'm not.
So what are you saying?
Nobody talking about making them lose accountability. I'm just talking about comparisons. Remember, I haven't even given my feelings. What I'm doing is I'm speaking clinically. And if we're making a comparison, in order for me to make a comparison with a test group and control group, then I got to make sure that there are common variables to be able to compare them correctly. So what I'm doing is saying, okay, I feel you, but whoa, we got to make sure that we're looking at the actual variables that's there. If you're bringing up the comparison, then I'm going to say, hey, yeah, this car went faster in the quarter-mile run, than that car, but that car only had 3 wheels. You understand what I'm saying? We have to be fair. I'm not saying what's right and wrong. I'm talking about being fair in the comparison.
But being fair is showing compassion.
No, being fair is being actually clinical. Bro, it's like me holding the dude with one leg, okay? That he and diss him because he came in last in the freaking regular dude Olympic race. That's come on, man. I obviously am going to have. It's not showing compassion. It's understanding fairness. I know if I'm going to compare him, I'm going to give him props for finishing the race because he only had one leg. All right, but I'm not going to hold him accountable for not keeping up with the rest. That's not, you're saying being fair. What it do, Lauren? It's not about being fair. You're saying being fair is showing compassion. Being fair is being fair.
Yeah, it is, because for you to acknowledge someone's disadvantage, someone's handicap, someone's trauma, what do you need to do? You have to care. And I'm trying to let the black men know no one cares. You better get it. No one cares about what you went through. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I know I'm about to shake this up because every time I talk about these gentlemen, there's always somebody against it. But ever since we had that conversation with Rico and the child support conversation, every time we had that conversation, I said the same thing, King. Right? These women hustle harder out here. And that's why I always associated myself with the hustlers. Yeah, I went to school. That's cool. Yeah, I'm educated. I can read my ass off. but I want to get that money. And there's too many people that, as I said, bro, when we had that conversation that day, they gonna go out, apply for a job, don't get the job, and then you gotta ask the woman for money. To me, that's egregious. I was taught to go out and get it by any means. You don't have to become Meech and Terry. Go get a shovel and shovel snow. Go do something. You know what I'm saying? Bake cookies, do something. Where I come from, everybody got backwoods, everybody like to get high. I'm not promoting nothing right now. All I'm saying is every time somebody get high, somebody get paid. That's what I was taught. Every time somebody get high, somebody get paid. So which end you gonna be on? Right? And we gonna act like every time somebody smoke weed, it fuck up the entire black community, bro. This is propaganda. What really fuck up the black community is what we talking about today. We want to go to war, right, King?
Right.
We want to go to war, but we can't afford the war. We can't afford the guns and the ammo. But we want to go to war with people who don't give a fuck about destroying us at any cost. Excuse my language. They don't care about destroying us at any cost. They don't care about a profit to get the weapons that they need to maximize their community at any cost. Right? We want to say, this is what I hate about seeing. Like, I was talking to my OG about this, right? I saw a man who had got out of jail and it was like, he was so strong, so strong. He don't got nothing. If he was strong, why he couldn't beat the system 10 years ago? No, he was weak, and they took advantage of his weakness. And they made an example out of him to show the rest of us, y'all weak niggas, this how we gonna do y'all. He did more time for something he didn't do than Meech and Terry did for something than they actually did. Why? Power. Real power, real respect. And that's what I've been asking black men to garner since day one. Garner real power, real respect in this community. And in my opinion, we do it with resources and we do it with fear. They must fear us. You got to.
You know, I'm still off the fear. I'm on probation. I'm on probation.
Yeah.
But
I'm not saying it don't got to be violence.
Right. Okay. Fear do not dollar. Okay.
But D, they do fear the black man. Ooh. And that's why all of these things are in place, and that's why we target it. Now, that's another reason why I feel like, you know, women, it may be a little bit easier for them, because I feel like the black man has it harder if we want to choose. But you know what I'm saying? Not taking anything against the women's struggle, but they're not targeted in the same way that we are, because some men are willing to give a woman a chance before they give another man a chance, because they look at women as inferior to them as a man. Not saying that I do that, but I'm just saying a lot of men don't look at the woman as much of a threat as they would another man.
Right.
Yeah, that's their
Google agreeability within the workplace.
Right.
Google agreeability within the workplace, and you'll see the common study shows that men versus women, the women tend to be more agreeable, which means less likely to say no to their boss, and that agreeability also puts them into a position where they're less likely to press for a raise, where men, we're less agreeable and we are a bit more aggressive in terms of articulating how important we are and what we want.
Right.
So what tends to happen too, and I'm not making this up, women tend to be, somebody wants a more docile, a leader sometimes tends to want, and a fiscal responsibility person wants a more docile workforce.
Right.
One that's not going to push for progressive increase in pay and all of that. It's not excuse, but these are common variables within the conversation that take place as well. They check boxes, bro. We're not saying that our flowers and our sisters are not powerful. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But when the conversation comes up where it almost seems as though there's a comparison between the movement, that's when I would have to push back and say the comparison is not. Even if you say it's not fair, you say fair is compassion. It's not a fair comparison. And not making a fair comparison is not showing fairness. If I get 4 rats racing and one of the rats has only 2 legs, me stating it's not a fair race is not showing compassion to the rat. You know what I'm saying? If we're talking and being scientific about it, then we have to be real. The one that lost the race was impaired in some way, shape, or form.
I'm gonna say
If not, then what we're doing is we're living in the matrix. We're living in the matrix and making believe that the game isn't rigged in some way.
Right. But
yes,
which is why
we
I keep
preach
talking
that
about,
we know it's rigged. For us, we know it's rigged, which means that yes, black man, run that race like you only got 1 leg, but run it like you got 3. You're gonna have to run it 3-4 times as fast just to make it to the point of the people with 2 legs. Right. But that's what we say. But when you go and attack it by saying you ain't doing shit, look at this. At some point now, we start to look at it. You get what I'm saying?
So
we got to. If we don't recognize the missing leg, then we ain't gonna create a prosthetic. We're gonna keep having them hopping on 1 leg, not knowing what's missing, and thinking they just fucked up in the head.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's not about who has the worst struggle. I'm not even thinking about that. I don't care. I'm just saying whatever the struggle is, no one cares. The faster you can understand that no one cares, the further you will go in life. No one cares if you wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning to go to job, because if you don't do it, they hire someone else. Right? No one cares if your baby gets fed in the morning but you. Right? So when Darrell brought this question up to me, he's not coming with, I don't know what he could explain himself. I don't think he's coming as scolding the black man. He's saying like, this is urgency. It's a sense of urgency, and you don't when it's an urgency, I don't know, everybody plays sports here. When it's down 5 seconds, you're not gonna come to everybody, huddle, give me a hug. You got this. I know we're down. Don't worry about that. No, you're screaming, we gotta beat them, we gotta kill this team. You're going hard. And I think that's what Jarrell is doing. Is saying, I know that, at least what I perceive what he's doing, I know that we are at a disadvantage, but we cannot make excuses anymore. Because the women are not making, black women are starting to not care about us either.
Which is
black woman, they don't listen. I don't know any black woman that got it, that's getting it, that worked hard, that went to school, that has a house, that has property, has money, is going to settle.
Man, hell no.
And if they do settle, it's because of fear of being alone. You'll go there, I'm sorry.
Which is, hold on, let me.
I'm sorry.
Because y'all going so far down the hole, and I keep trying to like stop us at philosophy. It's all about how we think, how we address things. It's all good to have a hustler's mentality, but if you don't have the hustler's mentality in the right way, in a moral way, then you're not gonna create a better community. Too many.
Okay, I get what you're saying. But that's a different argument. I get what you're saying.
No, it's not. It's the exact same argument, because too many of us brothers try to shortcut the system, try to shortcut every way we can, and we think that's the way that's going to get us out of debt. That's the way that's going to get our family.
I live in jail. I end up in jail because of that, right? But my thing is, the question.
But everybody doesn't have your options.
The question is, do we try to change the system, or we're not doing it right? Because every president that you know, from the Kennedys to the Bush, they had legal dealings. Kennedy's had the bootlegging, and Jeff could correct me on this. The Bushes had the Kerrys had opium, so they did it. So I'm confused. You telling us not to do it, but the white they did it.
Let me cook because like I said, we get too clamored up in this drug dealing lifestyle, and we try to. But I'm just saying, we get too cutthroat with this stuff, and we act like that's really been helping the black man for the last few years. That's not helping us. Too many of us are strung out on drugs. Too many of us can't qualify for a drug test. Too many of us are using alcohol as a sedative. We need to change our philosophy on life. Too many of us are having babies that we can't afford.
What about the churches that's taking money from community and not doing anything?
Okay, you want to? I'm talking about the philosophy of a black man. We need to
Right, that's a
change our
black man.
philosophy. We need to change our philosophy and turn ourselves into citizens that can make change for our community. We've totally abandoned our community. The black man is totally, when they get their money, what's the first thing they want to do is leave the community.
Hanifa said
So
this.
what? So when we talk about philosophy, the first thing you have to do is change your philosophy. That changes your thought pattern. Then it
Yeah,
changes your attitude. Then
right.
it changes the way that you sit down and create policies. And then it changes every single thing. But as long as we're stuck in with trying to immortalize BMF, these drug dealers, and try to make that into a real man's purpose, we're never going to get nowhere. We need to start establishing the black man as the healthy ruler of his community in the most righteous and moral way.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on.
Lucky Marie says the country isn't built on morals; it's built on capitalism, and that wasn't moral what they did. Sorry, Darrell, I apologize.
I about to say I would like to talk for a while and not be interrupted. With
Okay.
all due respect, to address a few points. Real talk. We are in a country that was, and I don't need any responses, neither. We are in a country that was built off slavery. We are in a country that's built off pillaging. That country told black men to be moral. And then we wonder why we are weak men, because we are listening to people who are immoral and they became powerful through slavery. One of the things that I used to say when I was in school was
Turn the lights up.
during the civil rights time, during like when they had the fucking civil war, the Civil War, the southern states would have never been powerful if it wasn't for slavery. They would have never been powerful if it wasn't for involuntary servitude. That was their superpower. That is what made them not only a power in the United States, but a power globally, right? Thank you, King. Right. So at the end of the day, only a black man is told to build wealth without actual power behind them. And let's keep going, because again, the church, I want to talk about two different things. The church pulled money out, and we talk about drugs. I would like to quote an actual fact. The state of Colorado, the first year that they made weed legal in the state, they made $1.6 billion. That affected everybody in schools, roads, and everything else. So we sit up here talking about immortalizing Terry and Beach. Speaking about them, they're already immortalized. Facts. Um, and so at the end of the day, when it comes to drugs, only the black man is told, go out there, work for the white man, go to the white man school, learn the white man education, go to a factory job, make 80K a year, and you will be powerful. Meanwhile, these guys are making 80K a day, sometimes more, right? Especially in places like where King live. 80K is something that they fucking go throw on women for nothing, right? So at the end of the day, what are we talking about? Real power. Why don't black men control resources? Because when we go out and we try to dig, they gonna kill us, right? And Lucky asks why aren't men building and making money today? Is because of these excuses. These white men are not, these other races are not making excuses. They doing whatever it takes to build a nation. Only the black man, who was the slave of the country, who built everything without being paid, who wives and women and children has been subjugated. Only us. We are the most preaching niggas in this whole land. We the most holy niggas in
What
this
brother?
whole,
Yep, brother.
the most holy brothers in this whole land. Meanwhile, Sandra Bland, meanwhile, George Floyd, meanwhile, Breonna Taylor, right? Do I need to keep going? And this is a rhetorical question. I asked this a few weeks ago. Nobody had a question. Nobody had an answer, right? Willie, you can answer, right? I'm gonna let Willie speak on this one. Willie, when 9/11 happened, how many Arabic boys was being gunned down by the police in your community? Very quickly before I continue. None, right? None, right? Why is that? Because they are powerful. They come from powerful nations. They have power. They have real power, economic power, and these brothers will come and mess you up, right? They're not going to say stuff like, "If you kill my child, I'm going to pray for you." Good luck. They're not going to do that. They're
Can
not going to
you
say stuff like,
Sherelle? What Sherelle wrote?
they don't make statuses for people who followed the rules. That's not how you
Statues.
start. Yeah, start statues.
Yeah.
Thank you. Statues of people. Yeah, she's right. I'm cooking. Let me read her statement correctly. I'm sorry. I'm on some cuz shit. They don't make statues for people who follow the rules. That's not how you start a business. And she's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. And only black men make excuses, and then we're gonna be the ones after they continue to oppress us. We're gonna continue to pray to a God. And this is I made this pointer too, Willie, right? Willie,
Yeah.
they dropped the atomic bomb in 1940, and they was teaching those white motherfuckers. Sorry, they was teaching those white people how to create atomic energy, something that black people still don't know shit about. And they was giving us the Bible. Make sure that you forgive your enemies. Make sure you forgive your oppressors. Meanwhile, they creating weapons. Meanwhile, they mine and steel to create AK-47s, bullets. They building schools, building prisons, killing Dr. King, killing Malcolm X, taking out our leaders. And what we doing? We praying. We not caring about capitalism at any means necessary. We making excuses, and this is why we weak.
Yo, okay. Can we like get to some real life situation talk? Because in real life, black men are selling drugs to each other. Black men are selling crack to each other. Black men are killing over drugs and alcohol. Black men are doing this. Now you want to talk about this whole the crusades and all that stuff. That's fine. I get it. But let's talk about what's really going on the ground right now. We need to be building with each other. Right now, we don't see that. We don't see the financial institutions because our philosophy is kill or be killed.
Can't build when you can't afford bricks.
You think we can't afford bricks when 56% of the black men are in middle class? You are just like your system of thinking needs to be warped or stay away from the drug culture. You need to be able to understand we have the resources. We just need to change our philosophy in the black business.
The Christians were the ones who Christians were the ones who enslaved black people. They were the one who take black.
Ain't nobody
dollars.
Talking about Christians right now, my guy. We're talking about solving
I'm talking
issues.
about Christians right now.
We're talking about solving the black community.
Every Sunday,
right now.
The dollar goes out of the black community and goes into white banks. That does not invest into black communities. Somebody sit up here and quote me anything that tells me that's not a fact. Anybody on this panel, go ahead and quote me.
Okay.
Right.
Like I said, if you want to talk about solving issues within the black community, we need to start off with the young kids. We need to start teaching them that the drugs and the rap culture is not gonna save them. We need to teach them financial wealth. We don't.
This is the goofiest shit. I just want to say one thing, King. The reason why they y'all from New York, right, King? Y'all from New York, King and Willie. King, why did people in New York want to have gold ropes and fuck with people and mess with people like Rakim and Supreme? Why? Because the church was always failing the black community. Always. When those 4 girls died in Alabama, what did the church do? Pray. Come on, man.
Wait, hold on. Let me say one thing. So it don't go off to the left. E Black, the only pushback I could say for you, I do agree in regards to changing the shift in the mindset of young black men. However, he has the right to bring in the church. Why? Because the church within the black community was one of the first pipelines of information and mobilization. So we don't have that strong church anymore to get information out anymore. So he had the right to bring the church in.
Yeah,
because,
I get it, and I get how anti-church rhetoric can get. But like I said, you look at the 1960s voting where majority of the churches were involved. If you talk about the slave line, where most of the churches were involved in Underground Railroad, when you talk about a lot of things in charge and as an institution, as a church, the black community, the black church has done good for the black community. Now, if you want to go off on dollars and cents and all this stuff, I'm not going to fight you because we don't have enough time. But let's be real about it. There's one institution that's been focused on good, and you want to talk about an institution that's focused on evil and destruction and death on our community. I don't want to compare those two.
There's no other destruction in America that has more death than the Christian society. That's a fact. You want to compare the Christians' bodies to Meech and Terry? Let's do it. I'll take that every day. I will take that every day because they was singing Kumbayas while they was having all of us on the Amistad. throwing feces on us. Somebody sit up here and tell me I'm wrong. Please tell me I'm wrong. Please tell me when Nat Turner was trying to free slaves. When come on, somebody tell me I'm wrong. Oh, but see, that's the side of Christianity they want to talk about. We could talk about the kumbayas, but we don't talk about the death that they have caused in the black community. Let's be real about this. And
I can
then
say
let's
that.
go back to my
Okay,
original.
The
wait,
black church,
Hold on.
the
Let's
church
start
is
one
not
thing
the
at a time,
enemy, my
King.
guy.
King, one thing at a time.
no.
Why does the every Sunday dollars go out, but no, and they give it to money that don't, they give it to people that don't invest into black businesses? Why is that? Why is that?
What are you talking about?
But
Black churches all the time.
Just to put balance on this, I think y'all both could be right. So, for
Yeah.
example, if he wants to promote revolutionaries, I call them revolution. I don't call them drug dealers or gang leaders. Revolutionaries, right?
No,
And
call them drug dealers. They are.
hold on. And you want to and you stand by the black church in Christ, right? We can safely say that both have good and bad.
Yeah.
They both have good and bad, right? They both have good and bad. But what I'm hearing from you is saying, and that's why I think he has a lot of pushback, is you're saying that being meth, that drug thing is all bad. And he's saying, well, then you gotta check your thing because yours is not all good.
Yeah.
And so it's fair. It's fair,
If
right?
Yeah.
if that
It's fair.
place was such a safe haven, bro, young black men would run away from Meech and Terry. Why are they running to risk their lives? Anybody can answer that question for me. If this was such a safe place where they have a guaranteed great future, right? Everybody who walked through the doors of Christ come out with a blessing life. Black men in every hood, no matter Brooklyn, Queens, no matter where you at, Oakland, they know that's not true. They see people coming to the congregation with no money. They see it, right? But you don't want to answer the real reason why young black men are willing to risk their lives to run to those people and they're running away from those people. Why? Because it provides a better life, bro. That's just the facts. And that side not doing nothing to change it. That is the facts.
Because let me ask you a question, Daryl. Last question. We're gonna move on because we only got 100 likes, and this is a good topic. I would have kept it, but it's a good last question.
Can't stop the
Do
rain.
you feel that the black church has the
He
power?
really reaching at the end.
Wait, hold on. Do you feel? Come on, we monetize. Do we feel like the black? Do we feel that the black church has the power to change the current situation? Both of you. Do you feel it? Do you feel it, or though is it dub?
Absolutely not. The
Okay.
black church was shout out to NWA, right? Those were gentlemen, right? Shout out to Ice Cube because Ice Cube is a father and a husband and a film writer who made children's films and stuff like that. Are we there yet? Right? Are you here yet? Whatever it's called, right? This young man was writing about the conditions of the neighborhood that he was born into,
Right.
right? Born into, not promoting anything. If you go back and watch his history, he wasn't even down with selling drugs,
Right.
just writing stories. So I would love to
Right.
hear argument against this. When he put out that story, what was the Christians and everybody doing? Stump the CDs, stump the CDs, put out the message. That was feeding his family. That went on to feed Chris Tucker's family, Bernie Mac's family, right? Right? All type of different people who benefited from the elevation of Ice Cube. But what we like to talk about, and ultimately the elevation of Easy E, who financed Ice Cube with street money. Let's be real about it, right? These people, like I always said to you before, King, they don't just control the streets, they control culture. Black people make more money off nothing else in this whole society than culture. Somebody please tell me I'm wrong. So when these people control culture and the streets and black people can eat off that, shout out to 50 Cent. How many black people was 50 Cent putting on? He about to do the murder was a case. Murder was the case, the Snoop Dogg trial. Why is that? He about to put actors on who never sold drugs, black actors. How many people are the church putting on?
Bro,
Zero.
bro,
All
bro,
right. All right. E
bro.
Black, your turn.
Okay.
The question was, do you believe the black church is the answer to what's going on right now, the change of what's going on in regards to training young black men to be suitable for our women because they're out hustling us?
You know, I'm not going to say it's the total answer. I think there's going to be a lot of different issues that need to be tackled in terms of the financial stability of a nation. Not only that, the moral situation, the moral compass of a nation. I think it's a great starting point. I think when you look at the church institutions today, they're more or less nonprofit community centers. With the YMCA's being shut down, Boys and Girls Clubs being shut down, with alcohol being at its highest peak, we need to be able to correct the ill wills of a man first before we can enter them into a society and give them options to fix the society. So you have to first cleanse a person before they're able to go into that society. You need to care for the person to go into that society. These are the things that create beautiful, or should I say, better human beings. You can't sit there and tell me that, oh, giving a ill will drug addict $50,000 to trade a business is going to create more black wealth. You need to create more fiber and characters within these individuals. So yeah, I do believe the black church can help, but I also believe the black mosque can help. I also believe that any religious or any cultural center that focuses on fear of God and focuses on the development and cultural society is better than telling them to sell drugs.
So you're saying you believe in the concept of mom, morality over money. I just made that up. Please don't steal it. Thank you. Mom, morality over money. So you believe in that?
Yeah, I believe that's a good starting point. I believe in a lot of philosophies personally, but I don't want to get pigeonholed into that. But I believe we need to start teaching more or less talking to these young kids. Start teaching them a fear of God. Start putting them into a better headspace instead of saying, "Hey, you see that drug dealer? The reason why he has that car, you can have that car too by just selling some rocks to who? Another black person."
Right. So what I want to say is this. First of all, Chef Will, can we give a standing ovation? E Black and Jarrell had an argument about cursing at each other or name calling. Hello. That's what I'm talking about. No name calling, no anything. With just straight facts, and they went at it. They did it like men. They killed it. I appreciate that. So now one thing I want to do is I want to switch the topic up, but we looking bad right now. Like we got 82. I need more likes. So we gonna pause for a minute and we just gonna chill here and relax. And I need 100 likes. Give me 18 more likes if we could start this conversation. Because the next topic I have for everybody is affairs on all levels. Somebody's gonna have a terrible Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow after this conversation. Because we talk about affairs on all levels. And I was talking to Terry today, and Terry helped me see why certain affairs shouldn't be respected. Certain people are not allowed to talk about affairs. Certain people, and the perspective she came from, hopefully she comes up today and discusses it. It was different. It was totally different. So while we wait for everybody to get the likes up, or do the cash apps, or do the super chats, we're gonna wait. We're just gonna wait. I need my likes up. I can't function without my likes. Where are we at right now? Are we at 89? We need 11 more. This is what I need. Come on, give me 11 more likes so we can continue this. But I swear to you, this next topic is going to have you either in trouble with your lover, your husband, your wife, or maybe your children. Affairs on all levels. Affairs. I'm waiting. There's no dead air. I'm waiting. Oh, 91. We need 9 more. Come on. People are coming in and out the room. Y'all not fooling me. I got the analytics. By the time this show is over, I'll be having like 500, 600 people watching my show after the stream. That means people are popping in and out. You're not fooling me. I'm the wave. I'm hot right now. Come on, don't lie to me. You can lie to your mama, you can lie to your father, but don't lie to me. Affairs on all levels. All levels. First and foremost, Chef, can you define affairs, please? We on 90. We on 91. Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait a little bit. They're not believing. We're not starting. You're not getting Chef Jules at all. Until we get to 100. By the way, go and check out her show, 7 o'clock every Thursday. That will be the primetime show on Thursday. On Tuesday, E Black will have a primetime show from 7 to 9, and we have the ladies come from 9 to 11. And also, please go and subscribe to Daryl. Daryl's been putting more videos and content up. I don't have enough time to like all of them. He's putting so much up. I can't even watch all of them. He's probably the hardest working man in here. He's the reaction king. He has 850. You need 150 more.
I think I'm like at 867, something like that.
867. So he needs 130 more. Please go and support him. 130 more.
Appreciate
30 more.
it.
Jen has 850. Get her there too. On the block with Jen. Let's get them there. Let's get them monetized. Yo, son, I made $172 yesterday.
Can I say something real quick, King?
Talk to me.
There's a narrative that's always placed about me. Well, we're not just talking about drug dealing. Do these men have a Roth IRA? Do these men have a saving account? Do these men have a LLC? Do these men own any kind of business? Do these men have any hustles? I stated that's why I used the shovel in the winter, but I guess that went over the head. So I got to reiterate. You do not have to sell drugs. You do not have to become Terry or Meech. There's plenty of people. Me and King talked about it. He brought up the party promoters. There's people that make money just promoting parties, throwing out flyers. Why you can't do that? Because you're not creative.
I'm making money off of YouTube.
Thank you.
I made $172. That's amazing.
My whole point is these people are not, they have no stocks, no bonds, no nothing, right? But they'll come on here and they want you to pray praying not gonna get you no money. How about you invest and reinvest? They say in the Black community that when they get their paychecks, it doesn't circulate at all. Why is that? Because we don't invest. We don't invest. Every other community is investing, right? It's just that the gentleman that I happen to idolize, they invested where they wanted to invest at. And guess what? He behind bars still worth 100 million. Google it. Google is your friend. So my whole point is we can talk about, because I wanted to talk about the money. I want the power. I want the power. I want the respect. I want them to not be able to come in our communities and try to really mess with us because they know what's going on. That's why I asked Willie after 9/11, after 3,000 people died, why weren't little Arabic boys killed in their communities? Because they have power. Because they have real power and we don't. We gonna pray. They know we gonna pray. They know they gonna kill our leaders. They gonna grape our women, and we gonna pray about it.
Well, you know, I'm just waiting for the 7 more likes.
Can I respond to that?
I don't. Okay, yeah, and then we got to go to the fairs, please.
Yeah, you know, like I said, you know, it's.
Can we get 8 more likes, please? Thank you.
With when you talk about prayer, it starts with faith, and it starts with the believance in God, and it starts with the believance that you are here for a purpose. And until you instill that into your people, that people will then be lost in the wilderness. I also believe that, like I said, you know, we have to start changing the people's belief systems to match what is needed today. We have far too many of our youth buying Benzes and not owning their houses. How can you have power if your landlord can kick you out for a protest? So we need to start changing our philosophies and how we think of things and have real wealth, real stocks, real 401ks and 501s. We need to leave a lot of things in the background. My wife just joked on me and said I was talking about rap and I had a Tupac poster, so I thought that was funny. But, you know, it's one of those things where, like I said, you know, we need to start changing our mentality because if we don't change our mentality, then we're just doomed to repeat it.
Rest in peace to Tupac Shakur. In the movie Tupac's Resurrection, with his own voice, he said that he was funded by drug dealers. So yeah, rest in peace to Tupac Amaru Shakur.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, I'm just glad we got through that conversation. And now we're going to talk about fears, man. I'm glad it was so peaceful. I love that type of stuff, man. You know, an affair is a sexual relationship, romantic friendship, or passionate attachment in which at least one of its participants has a formal or informal commitment to a third person who may not agree. Once again, an affair is a sexual relationship, romantic friendship, a passionate attachment in which at least one of its participants has a formal or informal commitment to a third person who may not agree. There's a lot of lying going on. There's a lot of sneaky going on. There's a lot of nefarious things going on. What's up with that, fellas? Affairs. Has any man on this panel had an affair before? Has any man on this panel thought about having an affair before?
Oh,
I wish I could do like the Matrix.
Of course.
You know how the Matrix, where they move their hands like that? I want to put like mad hands out. Right? But I don't think I ever had a real affair because I've never been in a relationship, a committed relationship. And they said that. And that's what I think Terry was talking about today as she was helping me design and my merchandise. She basically says, with an article she sent me, you cannot be considered an affair if it wasn't in a marriage or committed relationship. Is that true?
Shit, if that's the case, then I ain't have nothing.
Damn.
But nah, I had an affair before. I had an affair within a committed relationship.
Right.
I don't believe that. I don't got to be married. I don't have to be married.
Committed. Marriage committed, because even your definition says committed.
I understand committed. Right. Committed doesn't mean marriage.
Right.
Right. So what I'm saying is that I could be committed to eat black by virtue of a contract for business. If he breaches the contract, pretty much he's cheated the agreement. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, if it's cheating, it's whether it's a marriage, a technical marriage, or if it's just a monogamous relationship where you both agree that it's monogamous. Whatever the agreement is, I said this before in a couple of the previous shows, regardless, whatever the agreement is, if there's an understanding and you breach that common understanding, then pretty much you're cheating the relationship. Cheating, I don't believe cheating is just sexual. Okay, I know, some folks today got an issue with some of the biblical understandings or tenets of some of the stuff, right? But let's say this. If we talk about what a man brings and what a woman brings, and we talk about provision and protection.
Yes.
Some people believe that cheating is providing provision and protection to a woman outside of the one that is currently yours, within the confines of your relationship. Some people don't consider the sexual aspect cheating. Some people consider if the woman gives up her body, because that temple is supposed to be there for her mate to assist in her procreation. Some people would consider her cheating. Some people would say men are not cheating. His cheating would be if he provides provision and or protection that removes protection from the confines of his specific family he agreed to be a part of. So is it cheating if you're not married? Yeah. It all depends on what it is that you promise to her.
Wait, hold on. Before you go on, you saying cheating is affairs? That's what you're saying? I want to make sure. Is cheating?
No, I didn't say cheating is I said I made it wider.
Okay.
We put what affairs are, right?
Right.
I widened cheating. Okay. You get what I'm saying? If me and her are together, and I make a certain amount of money, and we know we're going to be pulling assets together into some into some stuff.
Right.
And I'm taking a good part of my assets on payday and going to the strip club and dropping 2 racks in the strip club while we are supposed to be pooling a percentage of our assets together or something. Okay. To some degree, I'm cheating the relationship because the relationship is not just sexual. Right. It's a building relationship. We're building a legacy, right? We're building a family, right? We have a joint goal. You get what I'm saying? We have a joint goal. So me going and messing with things like that to a certain degree would be cheating as well. Even though I'm not messing with the strippers, I'm pulling away from our group plan that we have.
Right. Okay.
You know what I
mean? I definitely agree with pretty much everything Chef just said. The only thing I would add to it, personally for me, is it's just a waste of my time and energy. It's really a waste of my time and energy to have to keep a woman that I don't want and cheat. To me, that's just ridiculous. Dead with her. You know what I'm saying? It's like Nino Brown said, cancel that. I buy another one. You know what I'm saying? I get another one. I don't mean that I buy women, because I know it's people that will take my stuff, out of context. Listen, at the end of the day, the only thing I'm really saying is it's really, to me, for a man or a woman, it's a waste of time to cheat. Just dead whoever you don't want and go get what you really want. I said this a few weeks ago to my cousin. If you want Michael B. Jordan, don't settle for Faison Love. That's Big Worm from Friday, for those who don't know. Don't settle for nothing. Because to me, cheating comes from really lack of just being happy, lack of being satisfied on both sides. When men do it and when women do it, to me, you're going to just waste time. You're going to mess with feelings. And I don't like my feelings played with. So I'm not about to play with feelings either. I don't do that. So if I say something like I told y'all before, if I tell a woman what it is, I'm telling you from the beginning so you have the opportunity to know what you're getting yourself into. If you lie to me, you betray me. I don't handle those things with kindness or grace. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's best for us to separate ourselves. That's why for me, I love my options, because there's always another one. It's always another one. That's all it is.
So my thing, you're saying that affairs comes from the lack thereof. When there's something lacking in a relationship, people go outside of their relationship to engage in affairs. Are you saying that? Will E. Black, Chef Darrell, is that? Do we agree to that?
Not necessarily.
No.
This what I'm gonna say. This, like, on the question that you proposed. This what I'm gonna say. Have I ever cheated, and have I ever had an affair? No. And the reason why is because if I felt like I had to cheat on the woman that I'm with, that's not a woman that I need to be with. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I never cheated. I never had an affair, because if I felt like I had to cheat on this woman, then I don't need that woman. You know what I'm saying? She's not the right woman for me, and we need to just go our separate ways. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men cheat and hold on to that woman because they being selfish. You know what I'm saying? It's like they want their cake and they want to eat it too. I've just always been an individual like, yo, if I gotta cheat on this woman that I'm with, then I don't need to be with her. She's not the one. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people laughed or whatever when I said, yo, I'm not cheating on my wife with Beyonce. Everybody, oh yeah, right. Well, come on. You know why? Because Beyonce ain't worth me risking losing my two daughters. You know what I'm saying? And then not only that, so allegedly Jay-Z cheated on Beyonce. So you know what I'm saying? You guys acting like her she's like this, uncheatable on woman. But anyway, regardless of that, everybody can get cheated on. But at this stage in my life, and even prior stages in my life, I never cheated on a woman, because if I felt like I had to cheat on her, or I had wanted somebody else, I don't need her. I'm with the wrong woman. And right now, I'm not cheating on nothing, because no woman out there right now, I don't care how much money she has, is worth me losing my situation.
Man, you could get this love if you got some bread. Any girl that got some bread, you could get this love from me. I'm letting y'all know that right now. But honestly, and I messed with Will. I've been forced to cheat on women.
Wait. Time out.
Let me tell you, no,
you just slipped in.
Right. I've been forced to cheat on women, and let me say why. I'm a very honest man, right? And I tell women all the time, I have multiple I'm gonna have multiple women until you can show me that you can take care of all my needs, right? And I have a lot of mental issues and needs and stuff, right? I don't take pills. However, this is what happens. I tell these women these things that I need to have this type of life, and then they say no, you need to be with me, and I say okay, let's try it out. I try it out, and then all of a sudden, and it's the honest truth, they go, they can't satisfy me, right? And I say, you know what? I do the will and I do the Darrell thing. This is not working out. I have to go. I am not happy. I am not inspired. I'm not fulfilled. And they say, no, you're not going anywhere. That's when I'm forced to cheat because I already explained to them what type of person I am. The monogamy thing didn't work out, and they don't want to leave. They don't want to leave. So then what am I supposed to do? Just stay there and be miserable? What am I supposed to do? Fellas, help me out.
In that situation, you gotta move on. You can't let a woman dictate
Mm-hmm.
how you move ever.
Right.
She shouldn't dictate how much money you got, how you feed yourself. She shouldn't dictate nothing. You know what I'm saying? Your wife is there to help you. Your wife is, I mean, Willie, please correct me if I'm wrong, but your wife is there to assist in your vision.
Right. Like, and this goes back to what we was talking about last show when we was talking. I forget what the topic was, but anyway, when I was talking about um what I look for in a woman, I look for what she's strong, or I look for her strengths, and then I put them with my strengths, and then the things that I feel like maybe um she could make me stronger in. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how my approach. Like my wife make me stronger. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the main reasons why I'm with her. Aside from being a great mother and all of the other things that she has.
Bless me. I get what you're saying. Yes, you can leave, right? And I say I'm leave, but you don't know certain women I deal with. They're not just leaving me like that. They're not just leaving me like that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Bless me. We remember what happened. You don't remember what happened recently?
Right, and that's the thing that happened publicly. This stuff that happened privately, people ain't leaving me, but I do get away from them. They do come to reasoning, but they just don't leave like that. They don't. I don't know what it is about me. Maybe because I'm a dancer. I don't know what it is, but they just don't leave like that. They don't. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Um,
Can we take a second to talk about like mental health issues in regards to the relationships? Um, you know, a lot of men go into relationships, like you say. Maybe King may go in terms of his relationship, his future girlfriend, and say, "Hey, you know what? This is the woman I want to be with." But due to his past history, some people have been molested. Some people have been, totally over sexualized. There's a lot of mental issues. Can we also add drugs and alcoholism to the table? I mean, sometimes we over sensationalize affairs or extramarital stuff as just simply morality issues where, yeah, that is true. Sometimes it is a simple chance and opportunity. But let's talk about, the people who are dealing with issues, long work days, stress, drugs, alcohol, mental issues, sexual abuse. I was remember looking today at Will Smith talking about how he held on to being cheated on since he was 16, and he became hypersexual as a rapper at 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, having all these women. Now he's being forced into a relationship, and now he has to deal with the woman that he's married to. These things are mental conditions. So all the time, cheating may not necessarily be the options that you have or the options that you may be able to take, but you also got to be able to take into account the human being that you are. Sometimes it is just the simplest fact is that you drink too much and you're at the bar. Sometimes it is a situation to where you're hypersexual and you're not able to control sexual emotions, or you don't have mental gates to turn off certain things that may get you down the road. So, being one of the things that I had when I was married, I had to shut off, was me being a natural flirt. I'm just a natural flirt. I love talking to women who making them smile. I had to shut that off on day one.
Damn.
That was, you know what I mean? So that's one of those things in which, like I
What type of
said,
flirt are you? Are you the flirt that licks their lips after every comment? Or are you the
no,
are
no,
you the
no,
flirt
no.
that smiles after every comment? Or are you the flirt that winks with one eye? Like
No,
what
I
type
just, I
of
like
flirt are you?
to,
I want to know.
I like to, have conversations with people, and I realized that I had to cut that off. And I didn't realize how much it was until day one. Until that next day I had to go to work, or the next day I'm living my married life. That, there are things that I did as a single person that were more or less habitual, that I have to shut off now, and it's hard because now I'm a new person, and like King says, now I gotta face reality. Oh no, what I'm gonna do? Sometimes we don't realize that when we deal with women, we are using them as our own dopamine shot. We are using their needs, their love for us, as our own way of dealing with reality. And then we get married and we realize now we don't have the options. And now our world becomes a chaotic thing. It's almost like an alcoholic who you tell, hey, you're not gonna have another drink, and in less than 6 hours he becomes sweating. A drug addict the same way, because it's not the fact that they can't stop using drugs for 6 hours. It's the fact that they're being told that they can't use the drugs and the alcohol for 6 hours.
Yeah.
So sometimes we got to sit here and think about, take these things a little bit down the deep end and say, you know what? It's not always about, hey, I'm a handsome guy and I'm able to get women. Sometimes it's about, hey, do I have issues?
Yeah, you funny. Then you trying to throw shots at you. Anyway, listen.
No,
You have no self control. You
relax.
said you're handsome. You said you're handsome, but you have no self control. But listen, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, no, they don't got no self control with me.
Listen. We're gonna do this. I like what Andrea says. He says my husband's a natural flirt, and I love that about him. I think that would be my ideal wife, where she allows me. I always thought of me being that old guy with the ugly shirt, flirting with everybody that comes to the pool party, right? Like that's my dad. Don't worry about him. He's always flirting. Leave him alone. I wanted to be that guy. That my wife overlooks that and allows me to be me, right? And so, do you feel like you not be able to be who you truly are, can cause you to have an affair? Did you hear that? E?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh yeah, you're too busy flirting with the garden. Listen,
Hold on.
do you feel that you not being who you truly are, because you said you're a natural flirt, will cause you to have an affair on your wife eventually?
No, I think it's, like I said, as a man, I've prepared myself for certain things.
Thank you for reading. Mhm.
You have to prepare yourself, for what's to come. You got to put childish things away. There's always a moment, as a teenager, I learned that, hey, sooner or later that I'd have to get my own apartment. I put put the things away, childish things away, and then as a man, I do the same thing. So it's just another progression of testing my manhood and being able to understand who I am as a person, and not only that, being grateful that I'm able to do it. I'm grateful that I'm able to say, you know what, I'm a man with a wife. I can control certain things.
To the men that's married and committed relationships in this room outside of E Black, Willie, and Chef, will flirting end up to cheating? Will flirting end up as cheating if not taken care of?
It depends on how dangerous your flirt is. It depends on if your shit is effective. If your game is weak and or you don't know how to finesse what you got, then you know it's not going to be really harmful. But if you actually got real game and you understand how to finesse, then yeah, you're going to understand that it's more of a weapon and it's going to be more dangerous, and you may find yourself in a situation. But also, so flirting is not something that you just leverage on everybody, especially in the cancel culture, Me Too generation. You can't leverage flirting or
Right.
friendly flirting with everybody.
Right.
So, for one, the way it is now, they might try to cancel you. Secondly, in terms of the flirting, there's flirting that people do, what I call the kind flirting. That's the things that the flirting that men do to women that they even know they would never have anything with. Okay. Miss Jenny, the old Filipino lady, you know what I mean, that works at the beauty store, right? I'm not trying to smash Miss Jenny. But when I go in there, listen, I go in there to get I go in there to get my blades. I go in there to get my stuff, right? Get my beard oils and all of that. And I'd be like, oh my gosh, Miss Jenny.
Mm.
Oh man, you looking so beautiful today. She said, oh yeah, you're looking nice in those pants. Miss Jenny don't want none of this. I mean, I don't know. But, Miss Jenny husband's a nice dude. The point is, there's certain flirting that I do believe is harmless flirting. My dad, he was like, yo, if you ever see a woman that you may not feel attracted to or you don't think others will, make her smile. Make her smile.
That's a compliment. Is that flirting? It's compliment.
No, it's what it is. It's making it's not. I wouldn't even go as far as a compliment. It's making someone feel better about themselves. There's the flirting that we do, which is it's
Game.
not
Game.
real flirting. It's not game, bro. It's not me laying something down. There's right. I know that there's certain flirt that I could do where they'd be like, "Oh, shut up, chef," right? And then there's a flirting where it'd be like, "Okay, chef, don't play." I know that's what I'm saying. If flirting is something, it's like playing with a weapon. If you're not familiar with handling that weapon, cleaning that weapon, and mastering use of that weapon, then it can be very dangerous. Very dangerous.
I want to respond to what King was saying earlier, King, because man, I hate to be the black sheep every time, but I got to go here.
Oh shit.
If every time you walk in the room and the only woman that's flirting with you is Leslie Jones, you're going to be very disciplined. It's very easy to be disciplined when every time you walk in a room, fucking Whoopi Goldberg and Leslie Jones and Precious, those are your main options, right? From that standpoint, keeping your stuff in your pants is easy. There's too many of us that say, "Well, I'm disciplined. Show me the roster of women that was even going to give you a chance in the first place. Then I'll tell you how disciplined you really are." And as a matter of fact, one more thing I want to talk about. The flower that I'm interested in.
I know who. I found out.
She is so sexy, so beautiful. She looks so good that I would never come on any platform talking about Megan Thee Stallion, Amber Rose, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because my flower looks so good to me. These women don't, I don't even see these women. You get what I'm saying? The thing that I just don't like is just like we get into these conversations as men where we talk about, well, guys who are handsome, this, and that. But let's be honest, some of these men don't have no option. That's why I said they go into a room and there's 3 Leslie Jones and they smiling, teeth yellow, no body, no nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna walk out too. I'm gonna be real disciplined too. But it's some of us, we go into the rooms and we got the baddest.
And
We got the
Lucky
baddest.
Charms, right?
No, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be honest with you. I have options. I have access to some of the baddest females, but I do sleep
You
with.
still
I still sleep with some crazy ones though. I ain't gonna front. I ain't
because
gonna
you got
lie to
those
you.
options. You got those
Yeah,
options.
yeah,
And
but I do sleep with crazy ones. I'm not gonna front.
Jen was on here like a few weeks ago. Shout out to On the Block with Jen, and I straight up asked her, Jen, would Jen and Leslie fucking Jones have the same options? Come on, let's be real. There's some men that's going to be very disciplined when it comes to Leslie. When she's, oh, I got Savage Fenty on. It don't matter. Get out my face. And I'm not interested in Jen. Jen's just a good friend. I have a flower of my own, just to reiterate that. But again, she's so beautiful that I'm not getting up thinking about other women that I don't have access to. And calling that discipline.
Okay,
You must be careful.
So you're saying it's easy for men to be disciplined and not step out of their relationships when there's not enough tempting options.
Absolutely, it's when it's not enough tempting, and it's easy for them to, because listen, bro, if you can't say I'm disciplined when you go outside and you have no options.
Bro, there's prostitutes. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's a good point. Wow.
Some men have standards. Some men have standards.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying,
some men have standards. I didn't know we was talking about that low.
You're talking about figuratively, men don't have options.
I didn't know we was talking about paying for
a certain point.
I don't pay for vagina. I'm straight on that.
I pay indirectly. I take you on dates.
Oh yeah, me too. I pay indirectly.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna have a real adult conversation,
I'm not interested in prostitutes. But
if a man wants to cheat, wants to cheat, no matter his looks, he can go out and pay. Most men are now accumulating wealth, especially when they get older, to establish a relationship with a female. So I get what you're trying to say, but it's all cap.
Yeah, I don't think so, man. You just brought up prostitutes to combat it, but fair enough. I mean, you went so far to say men have to pay for it to cheat. No. Some men.
No. I don't pay for sex. I don't pay for prostitutes, escorts. I actually say I pay indirectly. That means I believe that you have to finance romance, right?
Can we have a story time real quick?
Oh yeah, I was going to do a story too. I got a story. Go ahead.
Story time. Shout out to Aubrey Graham. There was a young woman who recently was engaged. Absolutely beautiful. Right? She went to go do a song with Aubrey. Guess what happened? She got cracked. Right in the studio. Right? She was engaged. Her husband was successful. He also happened to be a Christian, went to church, proposed unto God, and all that good stuff don't matter. Drizzy got options. You think he had to give her, hey, here go $40 OVO. No. You know who I am. You know who I am.
Right.
You know who I am. It's just some people, this is so unimaginable because they would never walk in these footsteps.
Right. Well, before this goes left, I just want to bring up the fact that, we need to, as in regards to this subject matter, before this goes left, let's talk about how affairs, like what Chef was saying, families, cheat on your family and your goals and your game plan is the worst type of affair you could have. When you take away resources from your family. Why are men willing to lose, like Will said, I'm not willing to lose my daughters because of my lust? Is that discipline? Is that love for the family, or is it basically a cost analysis? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, cost wise, it doesn't make sense. Like, how they say cheaper to keep her?
Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with cost. Because when I decided to bring my children into this world, they became what's most important for me. You know what I'm saying? That's the most important thing that I'll ever have in my life. You know what I'm saying? And it's not it's not worth risking that just to sleep with somebody. That's just me. Maybe I'm crazy, but it's like I'm not risking jeopardizing, losing my daughters and risking the way that they look up to me. You know what I'm saying? Just for a fling or one night affair or whatever. It's just not worth it. And I'm not leaving my daughters for no woman. I don't care how bad she is. I don't care how much bread she got. I got my own bread. I can get more bread on my own. I don't need a woman's money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, my wife I don't really like to talk about my situation, but my wife don't have to work, but that's what she chooses to do. You know what I'm saying? Because she needs that for her peace of mind. You know what I'm saying? But she don't have to work. You know what I'm saying? I held it down from the day that we met all the way up until now. You know what I'm saying? But
Yo, y'all missed out on a good one, ladies. Y'all stuck in this world with me and Darrell. This is over for y'all.
but you know, she came to me and was like, look, like I want to work. You know what I'm saying? So what I do, I paid for education that she wanted to work in, to profession that she wanted to work in. You know what I'm saying? Got her qualifications up so that she could work. She had her own qualifications in Switzerland. You know what I'm saying? But when you come here to the States, it's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? And then she wanted to switch her whole profession. You know what I'm saying? I got behind her, like I supported that, and then she's doing what she want to do. You know what I'm saying? I supported her goals, her dreams, her aspirations.
Do you think it makes it easier for men not to have an affair when they have children?
I think it is definitely easier. But even if we go back to before the kids, like I said though, just the way I was raised, and my mother taught me that. My mom was like, "Yo, Will, never lie." You know what I'm saying? If you feel like you have to cheat on a woman, that's the woman that woman you don't need to be with. You know what I'm saying? She was like, don't play with women. You know what I'm saying? So these values and this mentality was installed to me from my mother.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like that's why I treat women the way that I do. But also, you know, stuff was passed on and taught to me by my father. But the main reason I treat women the way that I do and my mentality towards women is the way it is it came from my mother. You know what I'm saying? My mother taught me how to treat a woman because she's a woman. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Chris
So
B has an issue with that, and I don't think you meant that, but I want you to clarify what she's saying because you
what
didn't.
she said.
I posted it up. Please correct her because maybe she misunderstood. I think it more so is that you believe in a man like I believe in that. If I'm married to a woman and she doesn't want to work, she shouldn't have to work. I believe in that.
Well, now we were married before this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like this is me. So all right. So my wife was living in Switzerland, right? She had her own job. She had her own Audi. She had all that shit. I mean, excuse my language.
Right.
But she had her own situation, right? She was around her family. She was comfortable in her space. I asked her to come with me. She gave all of that up. So why wouldn't I pay for her while she's here? She gave up her job. She gave up her car. She gave up being around her family. She sacrificed all of those things for me. So why wouldn't I pay for her new dream or her new
I feel like
profession
you're
that she
obligated at that point. If if she moved to be under your umbrella, you obligated to at that point.
right.
You
That's what I'm
understand?
saying.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
That's what
I
I'm saying.
agree with that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree with
yeah.
that. I agree with
So
that.
I mean, you know, she
So how you feel about that? How you feel about men asking women to relocate or to change their profession, but don't want to handle the responsibilities of that? Is that fair?
Let me. I think that the man should relocate. I don't think the woman should relocate. If a
Ooh.
man is in a situation where a woman is not in his state, you need to show her right now that you're gonna do whatever it takes to not only be in her life, provide for her, protect whatever she got going on, and commit to all of that. If you can't do none of that, then it's a waste of her time to even entertain you. Complete waste of her time. She might as well find somebody in her state to entertain. What sense does it make unless this man is financing this entire move? What sense does it make for her to leave what she got going on to be with another man who potentially she got to go half on rent with, or she got to ask, he asking for stuff? To me, that's a waste of her time. And I said this weeks ago, and I'll say it again. Some of these women have better options. It doesn't make sense for them to just move across the country for you for what? Prove that you're a real man, right? It shouldn't be nothing for you to move to the other side of the country if this is what you really want. But to ask a woman to move because you and your feelings, that's ridiculous. That's
Good
ridiculous.
looking out, Rashawn. Good looking out, baby.
You know, back in the days, the men used to work out of town and they send home for their kids and their wife. So that's a historical thing that's always been happening in this country. And I'll give you an example. My wife, she was back in California. She moved back here with me because I had a better setup. So I think if you're, I get that, I get it, but I don't get it. So I'm
So you
a,
say that you should whoever has the better situation should be the one that their partner comes to.
well, I would think as a woman you should consider all options, but as the man, you should also be able to provide and protect. And if you say you get a job, say somewhere on a Navy base, my auntie, she moved with her husband across the country because of naval jobs. This happens all the time. So I would just say, both people need to come together and make a agreement and agree on what's going to be happy for the family or the relationship. There shouldn't be. I don't believe in a hard set rule like that.
What about you, Chef? How you feel?
I don't know, yo. When I look at the situation, and I'm saying from both lenses, I understand totally. Don't get into it if you can't do it.
Hmm.
Don't get into it if you can't do it. If you can't afford it, that's that's an immediate. Why? You know, back in the days when I was much younger, if I didn't have it, I wasn't going anywhere. It was
Right.
just it was about that. When I was saving for my house, well, I got it. It was, in fact, almost 20 years ago, there was a lot of things that I didn't do because of certain levels of sacrifice, because you understand the importance. So if you're moving on that route, yeah, you got to make sure you're right. You got to make sure you're right, especially if you're taking on the position of provision and protection. You better be able to provide and or protect manually, or be able to afford the protection, or have a certain level of power to keep them protected. So that's always a consideration.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Okay.
definitely agree with Chef. I definitely agree with Chef. Bliss me, she's making a lot of good points. I do think that in a certain situation, if a woman, for example, I talked about this in the beginning of our show,
Right.
that my child's mother, even though she's no longer living here with me, right? When she was living here, everything was taken care of, and she moved from Mississippi. Right? I wasn't gonna move to a Confederate state, never in 1,000 years. Um, but if she had said, you know what, I want our family to be in, LA, whatever we at, right? To me, because Bliss me said, what if the financial situation is good for him there? I'm the kind of man that wherever my feet is, that my financial situation gonna be good. It's too many people making excuses. I refuse. Tap in with the hustlers and get to it. And I don't mean drug dealers. I mean people who make money. Party promoters and a lot of other different people are also hustlers, just to add that caveat. At the end of the day, to me, we make excuses and everything usually falls at the feet of the men. Unless a woman is in a situation where she got to move and be under that man because she doesn't have the means, then she should come. But that's going to cost money too.
Right.
It's going to cost money to house her. It's going to all that stuff costs money. So to me, the bottom line always come back to how much do you have? Are y'all going to be in a house together eating rotisserie chickens and shit? Like, like what are we really talking about? what I'm saying? I mean, at least I, I don't want that lifestyle for me. I don't want that lifestyle for nobody in my family.
Right.
So, to me, moving somebody in and doing all the different stuff, the lifestyle, the standard of life matters to me, bro. And if you ain't really eating, like it's like I said in the chats to Bliss Me, some of these dudes will have a woman move in, then you got to rely on her. How is that beneficial to her? I don't understand. I really don't comprehend that. Like genuinely don't. So to me, it's all about the man getting money. And if you're a truck driver, you can drive trucks anywhere. If you work in a plant, you can work in a plant anywhere. You know what I'm saying? You can do this from anywhere. You just gonna make excuses. That's why to me, the way my mind works is whatever I want, I'm gonna go get. I want an AMG, I'm gonna go get an AMG. Right now, I want the Benz Maybach truck. That's the next go.
Mm.
Watch it happen. Watch it happen. Right. And it's not because I'm
I
vain or
like
something like
that.
that. Hey, it's beautiful. It's because I want to tell my daughter, go out and date a man that's going to get you whatever you want without making excuses. He's not going to say, you know what, I can't afford a wedding. We got to go to church, or we got to go to the courthouse because I can't afford it. But I still want you to treat me like a husband, like a provider. No, daughter, run away from him. Red flag. I want you to be with the man who's so aligned on his purpose that, you know what I'm saying, he gonna get you whatever you need. Whatever you need, not just whatever you want, whatever you need. And some men, they can't even take care of these women's needs, but they want to tell them what to do. To me, they want to tell them how to live or tell them what to do next. That's backwards to me. First, put yourself in a position where you don't have to rely on nobody but yourself. If we rocks, I don't need 15,000 other different rocks to help me be solid. I'm solid myself.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? That is always going to come first to me. That's just how I look at this whole situation.
Well, affairs, emotional fears, are they worse than physical affairs?
I don't see it that way, but a lot of women do.
Ooh.
And the reason why I say this is because I've had some women confess to me, right? They said they rather have their man just sleep with somebody and never talk to him again than have an emotional connection and not sleep with them. But they have an emotional connection with them. You know what I'm saying? Because it's on a different level. You could hit something and leave, and that mean absolutely nothing. But once they start, you know, touching your feelings, saying things to make you smile, saying things to change your emotions, saying some things that make you feel a certain way, then that's when, you know, women feel like that's more hurtful than if you would have just hit something and then just never spoke to him again.
Right. E Black, emotional fears versus physical fears. How do you feel about that?
You know, I think for men it probably hits a little harder. For women, it probably hits hard too. But for men, I think when you're providing and protecting, I think you realize what else is there to offer to another man. You should be giving me those things. For women, I can also see a situation to where, you know, they're giving their all, but they may not understand the needs of a man. So I think it's for men, definitely it will be harder, but for women, I think they don't realize why a man actually would get into an emotional affair. Because there's just a lot more that goes with men in regards to what makes us tick. So
Right. Chef, emotional and physical affairs.
Which is worse?
Which is worse?
Emotional.
Damn.
Emotional.
Damn.
My man, both of them are wrong. Both of them are wrong. But emotional is worse because emotional, if you just do the simple math, and you think about 3 points of cheating,
Right.
mental, emotional, and penile, erectile, sexual cheating. The emotional is the most powerful because it opens up a lot more. You know what I mean? You get somebody that's a 7, you get somebody that's a 10. You don't care about the 10, but you love the 7, or you really feeling the 7.
Right.
She gonna make your friend stand up stronger than the 10. You might finish earlier with the 7 because you feeling her so much. So the emotion has an impact. So emotional is way more dangerous. The physical, that's the jump. That's the tarant.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's you meet in the club, you seen her, she had, there's some men that will sleep with women based on pure experimentation. Not love, not the kissing, not the romance, but they want to see how that thing works. She might have that body
Hey.
that's somewhat of an anomaly, and literally I'm being real with you. We can be practical in certain situations. Sometimes it's seeing a body that we ain't never seen before. Never.
Why should you be denied that, Chef? Why should a man be denied that?
Oh, you trying to step me up, man. Listen, right, nice try. Right. I'm saying though, it's not about it's not about that. I think that literally men there's not all, I'm gonna use my gen thing. Some, not all.
Todo.
There's levels when it comes to sex. To me, there's sex by virtue of conquest. That's the dude that would chase the girl around. She says no, 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 no. And he keeps hollering. He might be trying to get at her for a year. And then he gets at her for a year. And literally after they finish and she's holding on to him, he's there like this, looking like this. How do I get the hell on out of here now? There's dudes that they going in the first round and they be like, damn, I can finish. Yeah, oh, well, let me finish. I'll go a second round. And then now they finish. And it's like, I want to go home. That's the conquest. Once that land is conquered at this point, it's a wrap. Is the experimental, the clinical, the scientific. Wow. I used to have a scientific thing when I was younger. I used to wonder, listen, I used to wonder as a young person, especially when Lisa Leslie hit the scene. I used to wonder if WNBA players, if their stuff worked like regular girls. You know what I'm saying? Pretty ones. Lisa Leslie. Once it was, you know what I mean? It was like, wow. You just wonder. And it's like that. You can call it fetish. Maybe it's a first stage of fetishism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the first stage, but some of it is purely experimental. And if a man, it's still wrong if he steps out on not just his wife, but his monogamous partner. If he steps out, it's still wrong. But the question is, which is worse? I'm not going to use the words worse. I'm going to parse my words specifically. Which is more harmful / impactful? Emotional is more harmful / impactful. I'm not going to put them on a moral spectrum of right and wrong, because it's like saying whose shit smells better, King's shit or my shit? It's shit, right? So the point is, which is more impactful? And I'm gonna say King's shit is more impactful because it stank more. There you go.
All right. So next one. What do you think? What do you think, Will? A long-term affair or one night stand? What's worse?
What's worse?
A long-term affair with an ugly chick or one night stand with a beautiful chick? What's worse?
Wait. Talk about what did you say?
What's worse? I'm joking about the beauty part, but what's worse? What's a long-term versus short term. Because when I say that, it's because dealing with having emotional fears, what hurts is the investment of time, right? That takes to build a relationship, and a woman feels that you are focusing on someone else outside of the committed relationship, and you took away time that could have been used to develop or evolve your particular relationship. But like you said, most men don't consider one night stands an affair. They consider it probably cheating or making a mistake. So is a one night stand a mistake or an affair? And is it worse than a long term affair?
Oh, my bad, Willie.
No, go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna say this before I got here, reactions and stuff. But you know what? They both are basically the same to me. Of course, if she getting hit multiple times, then that's just worse, right? But you got to get out of that situation. You
Right.
got to get out of that situation immediately. Either one, like if she come back and say I had a one night stand, what do you do? All right, babe, I forgive you. I love you. Let's work on our sexual chemistry. I mean, bro, you gonna always be a beta to her. It's the reason why she stepped out on you in the first place, right? To me, it's just those are the same thing, really. Somebody cheated on you, somebody betrayed you. It's like
I got a
saying,
question for Darrell. Darrell, you say that, but have you never ever took a girl from a man that had it all? So like when you say that if you take care of a woman, she's not going to cheat. But I bet you have taken a man from a woman. I'm sorry, you have taken a woman from a man that allegedly had it all.
taken. I wouldn't use that word. I would use the more like borrow.
This guy,
Um,
yo,
there's a saying where I come from is it was just my turn. It was just my turn. You can keep her, but right now it's my turn. That's just the facts. It's my turn right now. So um, right now you can batter up. You can
right,
batter up, but right now I'm at home base. I'm at the bat. Yeah, we're gonna get a home run. Then it's your turn all over again. I don't really want her. And a
right.
lot of the times, those women, I'm
But
not really.
how do you make men who subscribe to your lifestyle, which is you provide, you do everything for them, but there's someone like you
Mhm.
that can borrow their lover and say it's not an affair.
A lot of these dudes, they think I do certain things for her, and that's why she loves me. When it's all egotistical for them, everything, right? When they brag about, like I hear married men brag about their marriage more than they brag about their spouse, because it's not about the other person. It's about how it makes them look, how it makes them feel. You get what I'm saying?
Wow,
So they're these. That's why.
wow,
I said this to Jen.
and that was ill. Men brag about their marriage more than their wife because if you are in a successful marriage, you are considered to be a man to society. That's
Poli-
crazy.
Politicians do it every day, bro. They get married and
No,
they
that's
uphold a
crazy.
certain standard because it looks good. Trust me on this.
Wow,
You
that
get
was
what I'm saying? And that's why, again, when Jim was on here, I brought the fact that a lot of these divorces end because of sex and money, right? These women feel betrayed. They feel, really, to be honest, if you really want to be honest, they didn't even want this person anyway. They already settled for you and you still betrayed them. They already settled for you when you still in a position where you can't provide. I
if
think
that
that
true, if that true, fellas, if that true.
how could that don't make sense to me.
No, but if that
What's the question again? What's the question again?
this one right here, I said, is that true? The marriage is more important than the spouse because based on what Darrell says, he says men tend to uphold marriage and brag about marriage more than their wife, which is kind of backwards. But he's saying that they do it just like for politicians and CEOs to promote their marriage or the institution of marriage.
Yes, truth is never favored. I'll be quick to tell
Wow,
him if I believe he's wrong. So I got to use the same level of enthusiasm when I say he's right.
wow.
Here's why. Watch this. The marriage is the corporation. Who's more important than the corporation, the CEO or the corporation? Who's more important than the corporation, the employee or the corporation? Who's more important than the institution, the employee or the institution. Technically, within the institution, they can be replaced. You understand what I'm saying? So who's more important, the marriage or the husband?
Right.
The husband may be the person that leads the marriage, but it's the husband. Who's more important, the point guard or the whole team? You understand what I'm saying?
May
The
I
point
respond?
guard or the whole, I wasn't finished though.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
The point guard or the whole team. So when they say who's more important, it's going to be that marriage. They share a certain definite level of importance within that dynamic to make that marriage grow. But if you got husband, wife, and children, that marriage becomes more important than any one individual. That's why Willie sacrifices the way that he sacrifices. When Willie states to you, remember, it's not just about his wife, it's about his daughters. It's about him being there for his daughters. Remember, you can rewind it. When he stated about the cheating, right? First off, peace to Mrs. Dean.
Peace.
Y'all seen the avatar. So you know he ain't going nowhere, right? Cool. What I'm saying though is he stated, I don't want to lose that. Not just I don't want to piss my wife off or hurt my wife's feelings. I don't want to lose that by doing something that's going to make me get out of that corporation. We sacrifice because that is our job or our role within that corporation. Everything he did when he chose to marry his beautiful wife and create a beautiful legacy, he chose that. He chose her. And he knew with this situation, she ain't going nowhere, right? And I'm going to do everything in my possibility to make sure she doesn't go anywhere. That's part of what makes the marriage strong. So if one person more important than the whole marriage, no. A couple is a couple. A marriage is a whole nother thing. Children within a marriage is a whole nother thing. And once you involve the children in there, guess what? When it was just us like this, now it becomes us like that and the kids like that. Because now there's a whole nother set of responsibility. So
Right.
is one person greater than the greater good? No.
Well,
No.
Hold on. Let me respond directly back because Chef response was into what I was saying. So I just want to make sure I get these points across real quick.
But
This
let's
is what Chef
hold
is
on.
saying
Because
is
Chef was
right.
responding to my comments. So
speak
I'm
because
about to go ahead and finish
Chef
responding.
addressed him, and then you go because Chef did address him. Yeah.
So first about the corporation stuff, I have arguments against that. And again, I would like to be uninterrupted if that's possible. When Steve Jobs was kicked out of Apple, Apple plummeted. Apple completely plummeted to the point where he created a group called Next. He started his own company. Apple had to rehire Steve Jobs back in. So one person can be more important than everybody at the corporation. I don't believe that. Death Row Records. What's more important? Just Death Row or Tupac, Snoop Dogg, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You did not take care of these people when Dr. Dre started Shady Aftermath, when Tupac left, when Tupac unfortunately passed away. What happened to the corporation? The people is what matters. I'm not even going to mention the BMF, how they separated and how their corporation fell off after those brothers separated, right? But we could talk about it all day long. I can give
Those were business models, FYI. And I just want to make sure, for the record, all of the people that you mentioned today, except for Dr. Dwayne Jenkins, from Michigan University, except for him, I know I've met all of these people.
Mm-hmm.
My studio got Tupac plaque on the wall, right? When I say it like that, I want you to understand. I was here in Atlanta I'm a good guy. I was here in Atlanta in the 90s during the BMF, the height of BMF, right? I worked on the Deep Cover soundtrack with Snoop and Suge.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in the studio when Snoop did his first joint, right? Bro, business models. That's why there's differences between corporations and different types of LLCs. And the way that the business model you situate is going to determine if you are the key placeholder. That's why there's even special insurance within corporate America, right? Where there's key stakeholder insurance. What that is, that's a special insurance that corporations take out on certain executives who are responsible for a high degree of power and a high degree of movement and inspiration. Mm-hmm. They got insurance for that. But understand, the companies that we talked about that went down like that, that was the business model. And some of it was by fortune of the stuff they were promoting. If they were bigger artists and the artists that they had did not leave, you know, it was more so what was done and the way the business was being handled, as opposed to just saying that one person was responsible. When you run a business, you're the one that determines how expendable certain people can be. And in your business model, just like in the military, if general's head gets popped off, there's already what's called a succession plan. Mm-hmm. So I get what you're saying, but within any marriage, one person cannot be greater. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but this is not something that you can attach to a brick and mortar business. This is not something that you can totally attach to a corporation. You're saying that one person is more important than the marriage. When somebody talks about their marriage, all right, mm-hmm. They're going to talk about versus somebody that just talks about how great their wife is or how fine and sexy their wife is, right? As life happens, as gravity occurs, as the natural aging process, as natural bone density loss, you know what I mean? All of that stuff takes place. Are we still going to be talking about how perky wifey's titties are? Or are we going to talk about the strength of the marriage that we've shared and how I'm so happy that I made this decision and look where we've gone and look where we're going? I believe it's more than just that one person.
I'm not going to lie to you, though. I think old couples and husbands still brag about their wife, and that's like the sweetest thing in the world. Like they don't even talk about the marriage. I seen like, yo, I love my wife. My wife is everything.
And that is the foundation, the relationship.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? To me, that's why I say like, the question, like what's more important, the marriage or the spouse? To me, if I pour into the spouse, the marriage, right? The foundation between, I would say Willie and his wife, the foundation, the love, everything they have, that is the marriage. So that's why I say you can't, I just can't calculate.
People are confusing marriage with family.
I don't know how, like I said, I don't even understand it, because how you not taking care of her, you pour into her and everything else. Even it said it in the Bible, you find a wife, you find a good thing. So to me, just, I don't know. I don't understand the question really. You pour into your wife, and I think that's foundation is the marriage.
Or they say happy wife, happy life.
Happy wife, yeah.
But yo, the question that was proposed is really difficult to answer, because that marriage, what makes that marriage successful is the spouse. You know what I'm saying? Is the husband.
Wow.
So it's like,
wow.
You know, without the spouse, you don't have the marriage. It's a little bit different than a business. You know what I'm saying? Because like I had to start over. You know what I'm saying? And I have to search for somebody else. I get what Chef is saying, because he makes some good points, and Darrell, and I think they're both right. But it's just difficult to answer that question, because it takes two people to have that marriage. You know what I'm saying? Now, once those two people become one and that marriage is formed, then there's no one person more important than the other. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of just, you know, looking at the person's role, and I'm taking away like if somebody's financing everything. I just mean like the role as a father is just as important as the role as a mother in those kids' lives. Because there's things that a mother can teach daughters that I can't teach, and there's things that I could teach my son that my wife can't teach. You know what I mean? And that's what I meant by both roles being just as equally important. And it, like I said, it's just a difficult question to answer because without those individuals, there's no one.
Yeah, and for me, when people ask, about this question, I always try to tell them, sit with some married couples and ask questions because a lot of times, us as married people, we like to have protection around our marriage. We like to say, you know, what's going on the surface level because you don't understand how hard it is. You don't always get to see behind what Apple's doing in their stores. You don't get to see what's going on behind Coca-Cola. You get to see the product. You get to see how hard it is for McDonald's to put together the franchises, but you don't get to see the boardroom work. So a lot of times for married people, we put protection because we don't want people inside our business. It's hard work. There's a lot of fights and a lot of hard sacrifices that you got to make. But then outside, we do present a good face. So for a lot of people who don't understand how marriages can seem more important than the relationship, they don't understand how hard the relationship was to make.
Right. Let me ask you a question. This is a real question. And I heard one of my dearest friends said it, and another person who's now a dear friend said it. He says, I've been with my wife so long that even if she had an affair, not an affair like a long, I might have to eat it for the marriage.
Yeah, that's true.
And I might, and vice versa, she might have to eat it for the marriage. Men, would you, especially Willie, especially Chef, you've been with
I'm
your lady.
not. I'm not.
Wait,
I'm not.
hold on.
Willie, I know Willie. I know.
I'm not eating that.
For the sake of the marriage, and y'all have so much investments together and children, would you be able to forgive her for having an affair?
Man,
Shit dead. So it's over.
Look,
It will.
now look. Could I stay in the same house? Yes. Could we co-parent? Yes. Like I'd be willing to stay in the same house and raise our kids, but even then, it's a little bit risky because look, and the reason why I say that is because the kids, they can recognize it. So it may be even better for me to remove myself from the household because they're gonna be like, oh, daddy and mommy aren't doing the same things that they used to. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? So those questions that are formulating in the kids' minds could be sometimes hurt them longer than telling them the truth. And then because once they know the truth, they can begin to heal from the healing process. But if they never know and then they just have all of these questions, like that takes even a greater toll on them. You know what I'm saying? Because they trying to figure it out. They seeing things and like they sad, but they don't know why they sad.
I'll be honest with you. Like a lot of times, people, take this stuff and they take it so personal. And of course, we're manly men. We say never, never, but like you have to be honest. What was the sacrifice for? What was the protection and provision for? What is all this stuff for? Are we talking about? Did I find out last week? What if she told you 10 years ago?
Ooh.
It was like
That's
you
even
gotta
worse.
start putting these things. You gotta start putting these things.
I feel you, but that's even worse. I'd rather if she cheats, she tells me immediately because you told me 10 years ago.
Yeah, because
Yo.
she was hiding it from you for
I'm
that
about to
long.
rabbit hole y'all. I'm about to rabbit hole y'all real quick. And this is a specific question. You choose one or the other. You with your wife. You've been with her for 3 years. And then you found out that she cheated one time while you was with her. And you left her ass. Right? You left her ass and you went on to do other things up and down with life, but you left her ass. And then you got the other guy whose wife cheated 10 times. He never found out. He died a happy man. He died a happy man with a smile on his face. Okay.
Damn, Chef.
With everything that he wanted. Okay. Who had it better? Who had it better? I hope you keep him score, Tristan.
He messed that up.
The man who died. That's who had it better. That's the end result.
He messed that up. He messed that up. He messed that up.
That's tough.
No, I mean,
and I'm trying to say, your woman cheat. If you don't know, you can't get mad. That's why I start arguments and act like because you just gotta, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I came up to basically explain what I was talking about, because it's like we going around the bush and saying a lot of semantics.
Yeah, Chef killed
me and Chef and Willie was actually saying the same thing. Chef elaborated a lot more to bring everything together as a whole. Chef was not saying that the spouses aren't important. He's saying one person above the next is not important than the marriage. That's what I'm saying. I said spouse, not spouses. The spouses is what creates the foundation. The foundation has to be built on love and cooperation and walking together. If the marriage is not what y'all going for, then what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all doing you so basically all right, I married her because she's beautiful, she's funny, she make me laugh, we agree, we like this type of food, we go to the movies, all this type of stuff. We was talking about compatibility. That's bull crap. We supposed to be doing longevity, legacy. That's what we supposed to be marrying for. We supposed to be building something that's going to last long for those beautiful children that we birthed inside of the marriage. Because the marriage is just not the spouses, it's the children, it's your grandchildren, it's the whole legacy that you leave and pass down and destroy all these negative generational curses that your other past family members who didn't put the family first, who put their own selfishness above the marriage. That's why these curses come down the line, because people come in there, oh, what can I get out of this man? What can I get out of this woman?
Hold on, G.
And remember, that was the question. Remember, I'm not talking to you, Truth, but remember, I threw a question out there for everybody.
Right. Shout out to Ron P.
Prenup.
Shout out to Ron P. and shout out to Mr. P. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate you and everything you do. Go and support his wife products. Is super dope. Please, thank you so much for supporting me. Prenup and Truth. First of all, we all duck Chef question. Let's be honest. We didn't want no smoke with that question. But me personally, if my wife cheated on me and she could hide it and I could never find out, I'd be happy with that.
Right, you got.
I don't want to know if you cheat.
I don't want to know, Mr. Rucker. Prenup, talk to us.
Well, it's always going to come back to the prenup no matter what, because men need to have leverage over their women. But however, the men have a greater marriage. So when you find a woman, she has to be on your program. If she's not on your
Truth, you got to mute, Truth. You got to mute your mic, Truth.
All right. Yeah. So when you find a woman, she has to be on your program. You're not going to belittle her. You're not going to threaten violence. You're not going to do that, but you're not going to also put her on a pedestal. You need her right next to you as a helpmate. And if she doesn't want to be your helpmate, you need to ask yourself, what are you doing this for? What are you doing this for? Are you trying to make this marriage work? What are you doing this for? As a man, you should have a plan and execute that. So if you got to rely on your woman for money, food, I'm assuming that you're sick. something happened to you, you got shot, you're in the hospital, something. But besides that, you got to lay out the foundation. The men are the foundation, but the women need to make it better. So men can make a home, or actually men can buy a home, but a woman can make it better. So she's like the old BSF commercial.
You mute, brother. You mute. Mr. Rucker, you mute. I can hear you now.
I think he's still mute.
Are you mute, Mr. Rucker? Can you hear us?
No, I think his mic switched over.
We can't hear you. Somebody tell him that we can't hear him.
We can't hear you, bro.
We can't hear you. You got too many prenup documents open, man.
Well, from what he said already, who's in disagreement with that?
No, I'm just. I don't think I like what he's saying, but I don't know if prenup is the silver bullet to stop affairs.
No, it's not. The thing is, we got to do a better job of choosing our people. We need to make sound decisions, man. You coming in there for superficial and temporal things, your situation is going to be temporary. You coming in there for, things that y'all can agree upon and building in your family, your vision, how you want to raise your kids, how you want to get to as far as building a house with some land on it. As far as eating habits, your health, all those type of things need to be talked about. The problem is we come in there looking how to bang out, man. People minds is not mature enough, but we want to claim to be a man. You're not talking about man straight up. You're not talking about man. You're still talking like you were in high school. You're talking about, what's good and what you're doing and what we're going to do is and where we're going at and all this type of stuff just to try to, warm up to her, woo her, and get her in her pants. That's bull crap. I ain't been on that for what? You talking about 20 years. I'm into moving. We gotta do something. We gotta build something. I need to know my kids is going to be straight. I need to know if I die.
How did that relate to having affairs?
Huh?
How does that relate to having affairs?
It relates directly to
it. It prevents affairs.
Okay.
That's the whole thing.
Okay.
It prevents affairs by when you choose a suitable partner, someone that's on your same mindset. If you're not intellectually on my level, I don't want you. I don't care how big your butt is. I done had all that. I don't hold all that. Like that's nothing. That's nothing, bro. That's everywhere. A chick with a big butt and looking good. That's everywhere. And I'm not talking about them caked up clowns with all that makeup. I'm talking about beautiful women with no makeup, bodies natural. Let me ask you
a question.
It's all messed up.
Let me ask you a question. You don't like makeup on women. You don't like women with cosmetic surgery.
No.
Nope. Do you think that does that show that reflect on a woman's character?
Yes, I believe it's a lack of. It points to insecurities. You should be beautiful how you are. Like I told one of the flowers in the group, I reverted back to what Drake said. Hair not done, no makeup on. That's when you're the beautiful. I hope you don't take it wrong. That's real talk. That's how it should be supposed to be. I love you as you are. Don't come out here trying to put on.
No, wait. I gotta pause you. Truth. Yo, do y'all understand the change that we got? We got Truth, aka Mike Wells, who they know you don't mess with him. He gonna show up at your doorstep. He's quoting Drake tonight, y'all. God is good.
Wow.
God is good. Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah.
The kind of gentler Truth, y'all. Kind of gentler Truth.
The flowers, we don't want any problems because we don't need that, man.
Listen, he's listening to Drake now, ladies. So
the lady said we all insecure. You ain't Drake, bro. Basically, they think that it's not right to judge a woman because she puts on makeup to get cosmetic surgery.
All right, so again, people ain't listening. What was part of what I just said?
Right.
I hope that you don't take it wrong. What don't people be listening to? Bro, I don't understand this stuff. Like, yo, I'm not the smartest tool in the shed, but I can cut a little bit, man. People act like they cannot hear other than what they create in their brain. I don't understand that. I'm talking about my preference. If you're comfortable messing up your body, that's going to show up later on. These women are having problems. You don't care about your health? Okay, that's fine. That's you. I'm talking about me. I think you're beautiful already. You don't have to do all that. If your mind is beautiful, you're beautiful. It's going to show up on the outside. Women are beautiful the way they are. Straight up.
But yo,
I mean,
truth,
if you
truth,
don't look at yourself like that, that's
truth.
you. Go ahead, bro.
But this is the one thing that men aren't doing, right? Some men, like, they're not complimenting the woman that don't have the makeup on. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, some men are only complimenting women with the makeup on. So that's why they feeling like they need this to get those compliments, to get noticed. If more men complimented women that didn't wear makeup, then more women would do that.
All right, I'm about to blow your mind on this. I bet you ain't never think about this. Now listen carefully. When
Uh,
women go out, right?
yeah.
They get all dolled up. They get their hair all dolled up. They get all that makeup on. Are they going out for men, or who's the one they going out for that compliments them the most about how they look?
I tell everybody this all the time. When women go out, they go out to compete against other women. It's not about men.
Bingo. They go out to compete against other women and also to impress the girls that they're with. They're
Come on,
not tripping off of you. They're
they're
not
not.
tripping off of you. They're doing it for themselves and the other women.
They're not.
It's not for you, bro. I learned this like about 15 years ago, and I saw it, and it blew my mind away. It blew my mind away. Like, hold up, they're not doing it. Dudes, see, we tend to think because dudes are out here going hard, getting money, getting jewelry, getting, zooted up, got on the suits, got the fitteds, dripping. They do that for the intention of women because we have to go out there and be predators and seek that. They doing this for themselves. Bro, we don't care about that. Like, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so let me ask you this, Will.
Yeah.
If your wife is dolled up, right? Is that going to stop you from y'all having fun that night? If she's not dolled up, are you even thinking about the fact you don't got no lashes on? That's turning me off at all, even a little bit.
No,
Nah, I don't.
No,
I don't.
I don't care about that.
I mean,
yeah,
like,
nobody, no dude, kid gives a flying f about that.
I
They
don't.
never have. If we're cracking, we're cracking. If we love that woman, we love that woman. It don't matter. But with women, it's different. It's very, very different for the reasons why they get themselves together. They get themselves together for their homegirls. They the ones that compliment them the most. They the ones that's trying to make sure they outdo each other in the group.
but true,
That's
true.
their talk.
They outdoing each other, but also they trying to get our attention though.
They half the
Hold
time they
on,
be out
hold
there.
on,
Look,
hold on,
half the
hold
time,
on.
half the
Will,
time
Will,
they be out there.
Will,
Go ahead,
hold
go ahead,
on,
go ahead.
Will. You have daughters,
Yeah.
right? Are you? Have they gotten to the makeup phase yet?
Now they just start getting into, like, they want these, like, nails and stuff, like.
Man,
Are
I
they
tell you,
doing it
daughters are.
for?
I don't want to
Are
do
they?
Nah,
that.
but they got lip gloss. They trying to. They slowly getting there. My daughter, she's 10, but she's getting there. Like, she wants lip gloss and fake nails and all that. And
So
but
so
anyway,
my
go ahead.
so my opinion, like, this is just my opinion, E Black's opinion. My opinion is that women sometimes don't do it. It's just part of their natural femininity that's been trained up from society. So a large part of that is just, it's not them trying to impress other women, but sometimes it's just the fact that we've trained them so much from a young age that women wear makeup, women do nails, women do this. So a lot of part of that is just a part of their natural femininity, just saying, "Hey, I've been trained to be this type of woman."
But E Black, that's where I come in. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
Real talk.
I'm telling my daughters that they beautiful and they don't have makeup on, so they know they're not going to need that.
Let me ask you a question. Well, you call your daughter beautiful from a guy that they might like calling beautiful, is it? And y'all fathers, y'all could tell me. All y'all fathers.
What'd you say?
Is a father calling your daughter beautiful different from another guy calling your daughter beautiful? It's a different type of vibration.
But look, I'm
Hey,
gonna tell
yo,
my
I'm
daughter if he can't see your natural beauty, then he don't understand your beauty. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
your
saying?
real
daughter,
talk.
the
If a,
father
if a,
telling. Yeah.
now I was just saying that like if you're with a guy or a guy is interested in you and he feels that you need this makeup on to be beautiful to him, then he's not the one.
Right. You don't compare. You
Real
don't
talk, man.
compare. Hold on. You don't compare the apple to the apple tree. So that's not a fair comparison. The
All I'm
father,
all
the
I'm saying
father
is,
showing love. The father showing love to his daughter and telling his daughter that he loves her. All right. Is more of a training thing. He's showing her love. He's making her understand how to be loved, how to be supported, how to be sacrificed for, but
Facts.
also instilling a certain level of love so that they can compare the type of love they received from their daddy to the kind of shit that some new dude is showing. It's not a comparison though. One is required in order to build a certain level of emotional resonance within that young flower so that when somebody else shows love, they can delineate whether it's BS or real love. So we can't compare what daddy says to what some dude says. What daddy says prepares them or doesn't for what that next dude says. So I don't believe that it's a
Yeah,
real
I,
point of comparison.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah,
is. Because the reason why I think it is because it's not saying which one is more valued. It's saying that you can tell your daughter that she's beautiful, but it's not the same when it's from someone she wants to be in a relationship with.
Right,
Because
but my
what
daughter
happens
will,
is because
But it
but see,
impacts but the thing is it has what you do or don't say is going to impact her when she hears it from the other dude. If she never heard she was beautiful from daddy,
no, see now
and
you
then some dude
now
tells her she's
you use
beautiful,
extreme.
your lack, your lack,
Right.
your lack as daddy makes the new dude
But
stronger.
that's an extreme because
right,
you're saying
right.
that you saying if she didn't hear it from daddy, then she's gonna feel like that. This goes back to what I always say: causation versus correlation doesn't equate,
Correlation,
right?
right?
So I don't care. Don't ever assume because you have a father and your father compliments you every day that woman can't be misled by another man outside the household. Don't
I
do that.
didn't
No,
say that.
that's what.
I know, I'm not saying
No,
you
that's
say that,
what.
but
No, he didn't say that.
you're saying don't compare the apple to the apple tree. You're saying that if the father, by giving his daughter compliments, the father preparing that woman to know what compliments is real or not real, and that's not true.
No, that's not what it
no, no,
is.
no, no,
He's
no.
No,
instilling.
that's not what
That's
he
not
said.
what I said. Wait.
You
I
said
parsed
That's
my
not what
words
he said.
specifically. That's not what I said. What I said was the love that he gives her and in what he instills in her, it will allow her a certain level of resonance to be able to determine what's bullshit and what's not. What I'm saying, and it's the truth. They say, how do they learn about men? They learn from us. They learn from
Right,
us.
right.
So the point is,
so. Y'all never
if
dated no woman with a father figure in the
So,
house. Listen,
say it again.
so you never dated no woman that had a father figure in her house that wasn't misled or played.
no, that's
I
not
didn't
what.
say that.
That's not
So
what.
maybe,
No,
It's
that's not
always
what
a
maybe
he's
I
saying.
don't get it.
possibility. It's all, but that's anecdotal. That's an anomaly, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, basically what we're saying, bro, is when you have a daughter, like from the time my daughter was
Well,
in
mind you, I don't have
her
a daughter.
mother's
That's what I'm
womb.
saying. But I'm coming from the angle. I'm coming from the angle of the guys that dated women with
Yeah,
fathers.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Right, right, right. So from the time I knew I was having a girl, and both of my son as well, but I both gave them what is called positive affirmations. I always told my daughter she was loved, she was wise, she was beautiful all the time. I constantly text her these things, and it's constantly reinforced in, you know, the way she walks, the way she carries herself, it builds her up so that she knows already that inwardly she's beautiful. In her mind, she knows she's beautiful. And if anybody ever saw my daughter, like if anybody saw my daughter, they'll tell you she's gorgeous. She has all her hair, everything. Beautiful, beautiful. My daughter's gorgeous. But sometimes what happens is when you go out with your other girls and stuff like that, she will start putting certain stuff on because, like E Black, now I agree with E Black with this part. Society has labeled putting makeup on as a part of a woman's attributes towards her femininity. And that's why you can have the most masculine woman out here looking bad as I don't know what, looking good with a whole bunch of makeup on, but she ratchet as I don't know what because that is supposed to be, it's an illusion towards femininity. That's sassiness.
King.
That's
Uh,
not
Hey,
femininity.
Hey,
let,
Willie,
let me just say this real quick.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I'm going to drop off after this. One of the
All
things
right.
that, because I just been listening, I think, and the only two reasons I hear women use makeup on this panel so far is lack of fathers and insecurities. And no disrespect, but we got to talk to women more. Why some women wear makeup because they have pimples, they got moles,
Right,
right? You got to really
right,
talk to women and understand. And I like what Hanifa said. Every woman that wears makeup doesn't come from a broken place, man. This is a
right,
narrative that's more pushed by men than even women push this. When you
right,
talk to actual women, they're not saying, I bought this makeup. Revlon, because I looked this up. The cosmetic industry is making $89.5 billion per year. That's not because of, insecurity, right? It's because people want what they want. Different people use this product. That's like saying people only use marijuana because they didn't have any fathers in the house. It's ridiculous. People use marijuana and different products for different reasons, and makeup is no different. It's no different. So like that's just something that, and because I deal with a lot of women, right? So I get tired of hearing narrative by men. Well, if she wearing makeup, she must be insecure. She must didn't have a father. He never told her she was beautiful. Stop it. Stop it. They do this because they want to, because they have the freedom to look how they want to look. It doesn't matter
Right.
that their father told them that they're beautiful.
Facts.
They want to look sexy.
No,
They
don't
want to
say
go
facts.
outside.
True. Don't say facts now because you wasn't agreeing with that,
They
brother.
want to. They want
No,
to look
that's the
sexy.
first
They
thing I said. I said they do it for
Okay, okay,
themselves. You
okay,
didn't
okay.
see? I'm not listening, man.
they
I'm
I,
listening. I'm listening, but you didn't. You didn't agree with him. Don't do that. You didn't agree with
I,
him.
Truth
I
got
didn't
a
agree
But
with
let
him
me
because
ask you.
I
Let me
said
ask
that.
you a question.
I'm
Let
just
me ask
not
you a
saying
question.
it like Daryl.
I got him.
True, let
I'm
me
not
ask you.
saying it like Daryl, but I said that in the beginning.
Okay, let me ask you a
Truth,
question.
yo, Truth is gonna make sure. Truth is gonna make sure he's the other version of Darrell. He gonna make sure he hold your ears accountable. So y'all better listen, yo.
Listen, I
Stop
don't know.
playing.
I didn't hear that. But what I'm going to say is, um, you know what? And this is because I'm not a father, but I'm the guy on the other side where I've dated women with fathers who gave them compliments, who instill self-esteem, because self-confidence and self-esteem is instilled in a child at the first 5 years of their existence. This is a study. This is a fact. I dated those women, right? And you know the only difference between them and men and women from broken homes is that they're just not going to bring anybody home. They can live
Facts.
they
Yeah.
can live they can live a wayward life, right? But they know whoever they bring home is going to match the father's energy and vibration. I
True.
know that for a fact.
Yeah.
I know, and I'm not saying every woman. I'm not saying every woman. I'm saying the one you if you think that you giving your and I'm not saying this Will or Chef, I'm not talking about y'all, but the ones I dated, they were the ones that would do what they want to do. If you went to school away, if you want to wait for school, they would do what they want to do. But when their parents came on campus or they went back home, the guys they introduced weren't the guys they introduced to their father were the ones they knew that would be approved. But they
But
was
Right.
this,
living their
Facts.
wild life.
King,
Father's approval.
this is all I'm saying with the
So
makeup
you
thing, right?
disagreeing with Daryl then? Because
This
that's
is
what
all
Daryl said the opposite of that.
this is all I'm saying with the makeup thing. I'm not saying that my daughters are never gonna wear makeup because ultimately it's gonna be their decision. But you can damn best believe that one, they're gonna know that they beautiful and they don't need that. You know what I'm saying? Like whether they choose to wear it or not, but they're gonna understand that to me, they're more beautiful without that makeup than when they wear it.
Right. Right.
Yeah, that reminds me of this girl that I used to
But don't
remember.
you?
She
Hold on.
used
Let me ask you a
to.
question, E Black. Let me ask you a question, E Black. This is the real.
Yeah, go ahead.
How does a father's compliment hold more weight than a man they want to be with compliment when they already assume that the father is biased?
Ooh.
Like
Well, that's
that's
the
I
thing
don't
about
understand.
society.
That's like my like listen, my mother, I'm not handsome. My mother would never call me ugly. You get what I'm saying? Like my
Yeah,
mother's not gonna
parents
call me
won't do
ugly.
that.
You feel me?
Yeah, parents won't do that.
Yeah,
But
like that. Come on,
What?
your parents gonna call you ugly,
but
man.
that's the thing about
But
society is that
Hey, Maku, let me ask,
after a while,
what's
it becomes your control of the society. It becomes your, as a man, my mom used to tell me, "Hey, pull up your pants." After a while, but guess what happened after I went down the block? I sagged. After a while, people start taking over their own beliefs, and they understand that, hey, when I'm around Papa or Mama, I'm gonna act right. But once I leave this place, so those values become differently as you leave the safety of the family unit.
I hope that. I
yeah,
hope that
so what's the one thing
let's
that
manifest. Let's
what's the one
manifest
thing that
that.
you your daughter and you and her husband and her can both do but can't do?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. True. Say that again.
What can her husband, if you have a daughter,
Hmm.
what could you do with your daughter and her husband do with her daughter that's congruent? And also, what can't you do with your daughter, and what can't her husband do with? I mean, what that her husband can do with her? It's only one thing:
What?
sex. You are supposed to love your daughter exactly how her husband is supposed to love her. She is supposed to see the exact man in you. That's how she's supposed to be going out there to find. So everything that you do is driving her towards who she's going to look for. And Lord willing, hopefully she brings somebody back that's even better than you. That's my goal. I want somebody that's better than me.
Hmm.
So the only thing you can't do with your daughter that her husband do is sex. You're supposed to love her the exact same way. You're supposed to date her, take her out. You're supposed to show her that she's beautiful. You're supposed to encourage her to strive to be her best. Also help her intellectually, challenge her, motivate her to take care of her health, exercises, put her in sports. All these things help basically build her up into the beautiful woman that you would want her to be. If you're not doing all that and putting all that into work, man, you're not doing nothing. And that's what I'm saying. It's one thing for positive affirmations. It's another thing when you do all what everything else I said. Her health, her mind, taking her out on dates, opening a door for her. All these things built her up. Not one thing, all of those things, and even more.
Hmm. Mr. Rock, you've been quiet. How do you feel about that? Because we're going back and forth two different issues. We're talking about makeup, but I'm also trying to talk about in regards to complimentary. I'm trying to go down a rabbit hole. Compliments from fathers versus compliments from potential lovers. I'm not talking about husbands. I'm talking
Right.
about potential lovers because when I think once again, daughters know that their fathers would never call them ugly.
Right. That's true.
So you can't say so it's a different type of level of 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 confidence building, right?
Yes.
When someone that has no invested interest in them says, "Yo, you look good,"
Yeah, that
it's
hits
different
different.
from
I don't know what type of family y'all grew up in. I don't know what type of family y'all grew up in, but we told each other the truth. If you ugly, we're gonna call you ugly. We love you by being ugly.
damn.
Not
So
your own
I don't
kids.
mean no
That's
harm,
little
bro.
kids. You're not doing that to a little kid.
Your own
Hey,
kids.
You're right.
hey,
I didn't grow up in an
hey,
abusive home. You're right.
hey,
I didn't grow up in an abusive
hey.
home
I
because
Yeah.
grew up different, bro.
what
I
happens
grew
is
up
why
different
you
than a
tell a
lot of
little
y'all.
girl that she's ugly? That's abusive. Why would you tell
Yeah,
a
you
little
can't
girl?
call little, especially
You
little
can't call a little
girls.
girl ugly.
No, yeah, you're gonna crush
I
their
don't care how
spirits.
truthful it is. You can't do that.
Yeah, that creates strippers. No,
Yo,
you can't do
That's
that.
crazy.
That creates
The
strippers.
strippers are the strippers in there are beautiful. So
Yeah, but they're mentally broken though.
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
broken
yeah,
though.
the
They
beauty on
broken
the
though. But
outside, but mentally they may
you
be
said you
broken.
grew up in a house that tells the truth. So if you're ugly, you're gonna call a little girl ugly.
I don't know if I call her ugly. Probably use a different word. I'll probably use a different word. I use a different word that insinuates that.
Yeah, you will break her
But
spirit.
straight
You
up,
break
but
her spirit.
straight.
You break her spirit like that.
Yeah,
You break her spirit like
that's
that.
gonna be a future stripper.
Hey,
Yeah.
but
No,
she would,
what you said, Mr. Ruffin?
Yeah,
she
that's
would
gonna
know that she
create
wasn't
that low
gorgeous.
self-esteem is gonna create strippers, and they're gonna try to make up for it, or they're gonna go to the extreme and try to get some plastic surgery done. You just
Oh, he's playing
women are
around.
fragile.
He's not serious. Truth is not serious. He's
Yeah,
playing around.
okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that was
But when
crazy.
it comes down to like what you trying to bring, you want your daughter to bring the best person that she can find. And of course, the father, if he did his job, he'll say what he's looking for in a future son-in-law, all these things. And you're hoping like, okay, it's like he's gonna be like me, maybe a better version of me. Now, it could work, but sometimes these daughters become rebellious and they may get someone totally different, like a bad boy. Then your influence, is already out the door. That's like one shock, it's like a punch in the gut. It's like, what have I taught you and all these things? So it can go both ways, but we hoping for the best. But when she brings home that bad boy and she's gonna be with him no matter what, she may even be pregnant, what is the dad supposed to do? So you can influence all you want, but it's going to be up to her ultimate decision.
Did she marry him, or that's just her boyfriend?
It can just be a boyfriend, and then she could be pregnant. I mean, it just happens a lot. Like,
if
hey,
it's her
daddy, this is who I
boyfriend,
am.
if it's her boyfriend, he don't matter. He's a nobody.
She may be pregnant by him, though.
The truth is funny, man. Nah, but all jokes aside, and that goes to the rabbit hole I'm leading with in regards to affairs. Whatever you are not providing your lady, despite her upbringing, does that make her more willing to step out of the relationship?
Yes.
Because you could have a great father, but she marries someone that is not really into her the way she wants them to be into her. Will she stray away?
It happens all the time. It's just the norm. It's
Is
damn
it
near the
more the
norm.
norm? Is it more the norm than we want to admit to? Women straying away.
Yeah, they want that adventure. They want that bad boy that they can tame and everything. Even though this guy is clearly not for her. He's not going to be long term. It happens in celebrities. Just like, Future and Sierra. She was trying to tame him and do all that. You can't tame a guy like that. So she went with the Russell. So eventually it might go back, but maybe she'd get pregnant.
But do you think Sierra really loves Russell? And I like them together. I really do. But based on what you just said, do you think she just got the good kid?
Yeah, I think she went for him as a retirement package because if you notice her patterns before Russell, she never dated a Russell like that. She never dated any football players.
50 started Maurice. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, she likes the bad boy. So it's like, okay, she's getting older. She has this kid. Why as well? Like if Russell came to her and she's not going to turn him down. So she's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm getting older. Let me settle down. But she's happy. He's happy. That's all that matters at the end, though. But that wasn't her type.
Did he get a prenup?
Mr. Ruck ain't lying.
I hope he got a prenup. If he didn't get a prenup, he'll be a simp to me. He's not a simp because he chose her. Right. But if he said, like, you know what? I don't care. I don't need a prenup. Then in my eyes, he's
I think Russell is winning because he got the woman that he wanted, and he got the woman that makes him better, and he probably likes a woman that has those type of experiences. I have a rule. I don't know because I have some girls that did certain things, but I have a rule. I can't. The girl that I'm with can't sleep with one of my favorite athletes or rappers. I gotta listen to this guy. We're like, y'all fucked your bitch. I'm like, oh, what? You did.
Yeah, you don't want that.
I can't vibe with stuff like that. You feel me? If you're my lady, you can't. If you're my lady, I'll sexually be with a woman that did that. But to marry one of my like favorite rappers, and I know they were saying, yo, I'll take your girl anytime I want to.
Yeah, that's too public. That's
Yeah,
too public.
yeah,
You don't want a reminder of that all the
yeah,
time. That's too public.
yeah. But so good guys do finish last when it comes to a fizz.
They do, but they might have to wait a while and be a good stepdad.
Oh shoot, that's
I
hurt,
mean, you're
man.
gonna have to just like be. I mean, in the
Yo,
30s,
you just ruined for me, Rucker. I'm not talking to no woman with kids no more because I don't want to be the good stepdad. I want to be the bad boy that that's the one I really want to be with.
you're gonna have to be with someone younger, but in their 30s, it's gonna have to be a realistic thing. Like I might be
Man.
statistically, I might be a stepdad. It depends. You may be throwing away the good woman because she has a kid. So
Just don't have any rapper or athlete. Like I don't want to be cheering for a person in the back of my mind. Like, yo, only if he knew. You like LeBron caught an alley, and she like, damn, you cheer. Yeah, he definitely did catch that alley.
yeah,
Like, you know what I mean? I don't want to. That's the worst. That's the worst thing for me. That's my. Here's one of my biggest fears. Biggest fears is a woman going back to her baby daddy.
Yeah.
Biggest fear is I unknowingly know that she slept with one of my favorite rappers or athletes. Right. Second biggest fear is wow, my biggest fear just knocked down the door. Y'all can keep it going.
Yeah, man. The
Third biggest
future
fear.
Sierra thing
The
is
third
just the
biggest
perfect
fear
example.
is the DoorDash man.
Yeah. The future and Sierra thing, though, that's true. It's like it's not he's not a simp to me. I know a lot of guys say he's a simp. To me, I'm just with the finances. If he picked her and that's what he wanted, then he's winning. But if he's gonna do it just blindly without a prenup or anything, you're giving her too much power. You're giving her too much power. She can just change her mind. You're like, you know what? I like the bad guys. Let me go back. It's like, oh well, you just ruined my life.
I get that. What about Sierra? Now Sierra does come from a 2-parent household.
Yeah.
So
You think her
we
dad
were
told her
talk-
like get with the future?
No, but I'm just saying, it goes back to
Get with a Russell, but not a future. But she eventually
but I
did.
think,
But
like I said, it goes back to what I was saying is that once you become an adult or once you become in charge of your own life, there's little to you can set as many standards as you want, but there's little to do with it. It just deals with individuals' wants, needs, standards, everything. You can do as much as you want, but once a child becomes aware of their own power and their own standards, it's little to that you can do.
yeah, but it brings shame to the family. Like we set you up. We went to
She
we
did
paid
it
for
Bow
everything.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean
What's
it
wrong
was a
with Bow
pattern
Wow?
though.
What's wrong with Bow Wow?
He's
was
like
the hottest thing
Darrell's height.
Bow Wow was the hottest thing. He backed all the ladies.
Right.
What's wrong with Bow Wow?
He did.
He's like Darrell's height. He's like short as fuck. Like, come on.
But it was a pattern. It
Wow,
was,
he's not here to defend himself.
it
That
was
was
him, 50 Cent,
I'm
Future.
sorry. I'm just saying he's short.
He's short, but he was a famous rapper that got women.
I don't care. Bow Wow is like literally. Oh my god! You cannot tell me Bow Wow is a Jet magazine pick.
Well, he was when he was a teenager, but yeah, as he got older, he made bad decisions and he just fell off. So the ladies didn't like him, and Sierra just moved on. So, but she got with like 50 Cent, Future. She has a pattern, and all of a sudden, Russell comes into play. It's like this is a retirement package, but he picked you, so what you gonna do?
Cent. I forgot 50 Cent.
You gotta understand. Bow Wow and B2K had it on Smash. You're not gonna tell me that.
Yo, right. Bow Wow was Mr. 106 in Park.
Yeah, like come on, man. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that to Bow Wow. Bow Wizzy?
Bow Wow, like
yeah, he's the man.
He had hits.
He's the man.
He had hits. I mean,
Bow Wow.
He had hits at the
Bow Wow.
At one point, man. Just like Madonna. Like Madonna.
No, we're not talking about the Bow Wow we see now. We're talking about like 10 years ago Bow Wow.
Yeah, as long as the ladies like him.
Bow Wow is rich. Valuable. Bow Wow, he does that show, CSI. He's rich.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? Bow Wow got bread, huh? And girls he still messes with some of the top girls.
He does.
I know. That's the point. Like, okay.
He fell off though. I mean, like it's not like he had his moment. Okay. He had his moment in the starlight, but it's just like Well, you had Sierra at one point. You had these other women, so no one can take that away from you. You got the memories. Not
I
now, but
get
just
it.
like got
I
something.
get it. I get it.
Yeah, I'm looking at like women's past relationships. It's like, okay, if you taking me, I'm hoping that other men that you had in the past were like me. If it's not, then it's like, oh, okay, this is a retirement package. Does she really like me or does she like my assets? So that's why I keep saying prenup. I don't just say prenup just to say it. It's like,
Yeah, Mr. Buck, I got pushed back for you too, because
yeah,
I felt the same way. I judge a woman by her prior men, and if you didn't get your baby fathers to marry you, you shouldn't ask me to marry you, right?
damn,
But no. But I learned from the community garden. I learned that there's something called growth.
Mhm.
So just because she didn't have those standards before doesn't mean she can't have those standards now. It's up to you if you want to accept it or not. But I thought like you until like a month ago, and which is basically, yo, how do you demand certain things from me that you didn't demand from your baby father? But he was worthy enough to have a child by you, right?
yeah.
So what happens is I had to learn through the community garden. Thank you, community garden. It's something called growth. Some women are entitled to grow and change their standards. As you get older, you want more, you want better. As you know, if you knew better, you do better. You
Right,
know better. But we have the right to not accept it. And also, if you do accept it, you have the right to get that what? Prenup.
right.
Right.
Yeah, she has to understand it. I mean, it's a new day and era. So prenups started off as for the rich, but you really think about it, it's like, nah, it's more common. It gives them something to think about. Like, hey, I'm smart with money. Can you, if you really love me, would you sign this certain document? If they say no, flags, red flags,
So
come
hold
up.
up, Mr. Rookie, you married?
We'll find out come January. We have mediation in January.
Really?
If she signs, if the prenup is being drafted, if she signs the prenup as is January, then yeah, I'll shop for a ring.
Why is
So
this
my
not on YouTube's like reality show or something like?
well, I do have a video on my YouTube channel. This is the first step of mediation because that's how actually a lot of relationships break up. We talk about the finances, like every detail. You can't hide anything that's tied into your social security number. Like this is how it's going to be. So this is going to be my third mediation, not with the same person, with a different woman this time. So hopefully she signs and is like, okay. But I can tell you, my first time, she tried to change it by putting like clauses in it. Like one of them was a cheating clause, some other one was some other clauses. So we'll find out.
Okay.
Might know. I like Mr. Rucker. So you say Mr. Rucker got money because you're
Yeah, I
protecting.
know. I
You know,
know.
prenup only protects
He
what
went
you have.
upstairs. You didn't notice he went upstairs
Prenup,
to string like he got.
prenup protects what you had before y'all got together. That's what prenup does, if I'm not mistaken, right? My
Right.
thing is, when did you build this distrust in woman, Mr. Rucker? Like when did you build that? Is it the distrust, or is it protection of your assets?
It's both. It started off with simple things like watching the Maury show, seeing what my parents went through, seeing the divorce rate getting higher and higher and higher, seeing men being in their 50s and 60s, having to start over again because they lost all their assets. You know, they only have so much time before they actually die. So it's like, wow, you can't even really start over like you want to because she took half and you just thought it was one thing or another. So it's like, okay, if
Listen,
love is love, why
listen,
can't she put it in writing?
listen. I
So
ain't gonna.
every 10 years you're gonna do a prenup?
No, it was just like one time. Like one time she signs it and everything. It'll make me very, very happy. I don't have to think about it again.
But it
Unless
expires though.
Yeah.
it expires. Mine
It
is not
does.
gonna expire.
A prenup, you gotta redo it every 10 years.
Mine is not gonna expire though.
You
Like
better look into it, I'm
Hey, there
telling
was a
you.
in
movie
the state of
about that.
Texas,
I don't know about Texas.
yeah, it's not going to.
Texas,
But if I like,
Texas different.
if I do buy big financial items, I have to renew it. Like if I get a house or like bigger income or more assets, I do have to go back and say this is part of it or no. So
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 what's like a big access at like 25,000 or 30,000?
it can be anything as much as anything that crosses over 35,000. Mostly, it's the time it's houses or cars, like any
Or
big
jet ski?
assets or
Well, not a jet ski.
like a deal, like with Dr. Dre's situation when he signed that deal with Apple. Yeah, that it's not part of it because it was something in the future. You have to update it. So
Yeah, you have to do post-nut shows and all that
I'm
stuff.
not gonna
yeah,
lie. I'm kind of like Will. I didn't believe in. I won't sign no prenup. I'm not. I didn't want to sign a prenup, right? Until my recent last few relationships where we weren't married. We didn't own anything together, but they felt entitled to stuff
bam,
that
there
I
you go.
that I would like. They felt entitled to intellectual properties that I built,
Right.
right? Because they were there to talk to me at late night and stuff like that. So I wasn't for prenups. But if they could do this to me and we're not married, imagine if I'm married.
Exactly.
So I don't want to do prenups. I want to trust the woman I'm with. But it's scary nowadays because the women nowadays are not like today's wife. Yesterday's wife is not like today's wife.
Yep.
Forget the price. The wife. Yesterday's wife is not like today's wife. Forget price. So the woman I'm around right now, I can't be playing those games with. You feel
Right.
me? So that's just me.
There's some other things you can do too. You can put things into like a trust fund and just it's not legally yours, but you have control over it. The Trumps do it all the
Oh no,
time.
it's the Rockefeller way. It's called you own nothing, but you control everything.
Exactly, facts. So even if the prenup is voided or somehow, make sure your most important assets, especially like your house, just put it into like a trust that's under your control but not in your name. So you can't take half of something that's not yours.
Let me ask you a question, Rucker.
So why don't you just do that and not do the prenup?
I'm doing both. Make sure.
You know,
Let me
you're not
let me ask you a
leaving a
question. Why
cent.
why do you feel is there no woman in this world that you trust enough and do you feel like your ideal woman is gonna put up with that? Your
Yeah.
ideal woman's gonna put up with nah. Like the woman that you want, not the woman that you settle for, but you think the ideal woman's gonna deal with that.
No, the woman that I want will understand why I'm the way I am and will understand, like, you know what? You bring in a lot of stuff into this relationship. It's not mine if things go wrong. And she should understand that, have some logic behind that. If she doesn't, then she's going to have to prove to me why I should even not consider it, even though it won't go through. But like, prenup is non negotiable. So if my ideal woman says, like, no, I'm not signing that, it's like, well, I guess you weren't the ideal woman in the first, like, because the money is like a close second to God. Like God is, of course, above high, but money's right there because I can't function without money. I can't provide for you. I can't be a man. I can't do anything without it. So I have to protect it with my life. So
Hey, Rucker, Mr. Rucker, let me ask you a question. All right, say you find a
Oh, he's
woman.
real. He's real.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I went to my father. I'll never forget. I was like 8, I'll be 9. 8 years old. I was very explorative. And I went to him. I said, Daddy, 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 why do people think money is God? And he says to me, you didn't know? Then he shuts the door. He always tells me one word answers and shuts the door every time. He said, you didn't know. And then as I got older, I said, why did you say that? He says, it clothes you, it feeds you, whatever, whatever. It is a God to some people. That's what he meant. It is a God to some people, but it's not God, right?
right,
I'm glad
exactly.
you said that because it is. Try not having it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Try not
It's gonna
having
be
it.
rough.
Rucker, let me ask you this. What if you got a woman, right? You signed the prenup, but she didn't work for, say, 10, 15 years. Y'all got a divorce. What does she leave with?
I'm assuming she has a job, so she leaves with anything that's in her
No.
purse.
You took care of everything. You're the head honcho.
Oh, okay. If we had that agreement that she's gonna be a stay-at-home wife and I take care of everything, I have to at least give her half. I wouldn't give her a prenup. If I met her in high school and she was there for me, I wouldn't give her a prenup. If she was there within college, I wouldn't give her a prenup. But after I crossed that stage and I signed those contracts and everything, you're getting a prenup. It's non-negotiable.
It's good. That's kind of what, because that's what I'll be trying to, like, a lot of people got on me about my stance, but I told them, like, I met my woman in college, like
Yeah,
I
but you
didn't.
gotta.
What was I gonna sign her for the pack of ramen?
You didn't have anything because you can't. Prenup is to protect what you have.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's understandable. But you don't feel a way that you took years from a woman's life, and because she left you, you don't want to have anything.
Well, if she has her own job, I'm assuming she has her own job. Then yeah, it's up to her. It's up to her. Whatever she has in her account in her purse, it's up to her. But if she says like, you know what, I'm just going all in. I'm just going to be your housewife, and I agree to that. I have to give her something. I'm not going to let this woman just be homeless. She did earn it. She did have years with me. So I mean, it's not a chore to be with me in some aspects,
All right.
but I have to
You're
give her
ruining your
something. I
brand
can't just put her out on the
prenup.
street.
Don't ruin your brand prenup. Stick
Yeah.
hard to the strip.
Yeah, but like
You know, they
ladies
don't
just
like
kind of
that
ruin
type
it.
of
The
talk.
ladies ruin it with men if they keep telling them like you got to get your bread up, get your bread up. So okay, there are some men out here that did get their bread up, have a job, have some side hustles, went to school, they making six figures. They're all the things that Kevin Samuels is saying. Now they turn the tables and asking you, what do you bring to the table? Are you willing to sign a prenup? Now it's like, oh, how dare you? Like you told me to do these things. I'm not going to just give it away because I caught feelings.
I mean, there's some women that tell you. I
But
heard this.
yo, who are you marrying? Like, she don't have nothing. Like,
No, she
I
has
don't.
no, she has a job. That's why it's not like she's going to be homeless if worst case scenario things break up. She's not going to be homeless because she has her own job. She has her own savings. That's fine. And if she doesn't, then I wouldn't want to marry her because she's not good with money. Because it's just a weird thing. Like, why would you not want to sign one if you already have a job?
No, my thing is, I don't think anything he's saying is wrong. That's his prerogative.
No,
Or,
I'm not saying. I'm just trying to
yeah, I'm just saying.
understand.
I'm just saying to him. At the end of the day, he's saying to a woman, "This is what I want. If you can't do it, then we're not getting married." Right?
Right.
I mean, women do that naturally, right? Some women say, "What's mine is mine, and what's yours is ours."
Right.
That's how some women function. Not all
Right.
women, right? Like Jen says, no todos, right? Not
Right.
all, right? So with that being said, why is it wrong for him to present that question to women?
Bam.
I'm just asking, why is it that
Me, I mean, because I'm not choosing those type of women
or what type of woman is that?
where I need a prenup.
Okay,
Mm.
okay.
The old we're not
So
getting
you're willing
divorced.
to
Is
give
that
up
the
half of your
is,
assets?
is that the
Nah,
old?
because
I want to hear
I'm
it.
not choosing that type of woman, so I'm not gonna have to give up anything.
But you don't know that until things go wrong, though. It could be a couple of years. It could be after kids. She can just change her mind. Where will you be if she just says, you know what? I know I said these things a couple of years ago. Now I changed my mind because maybe you were flirting or maybe I just don't like you no more. Women change their minds.
Come on, that's really unrealistic. Like, you don't like me anymore. Like,
It could be anything. You could cheat on her. She could just say, women are vindictive. You see it everywhere. She wants have. She may not even want it.
but
She just
if
wants you to
It's funny.
settle.
It's funny. I get Will saying.
how's she gonna get half if she's the one that cheated?
No, but no, I get what
You
Will's
cheated.
saying. I get what Will is saying because what happens is
You
he said he don't.
was you here earlier on the show? Because like I'm not gonna risk losing my daughters. I'm not cheating. Like there's nobody out here bad enough for me to cheat with and worth risking losing the position that I have not only with my wife but my daughters.
Right.
So
But
I
women
mean,
divorce no matter what, though. It could just be anything. There's no fault divorces. So what
Well,
can a man do for
Jen had a
that?
good point. Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Rucker. Jen had a good point. She said that dude ain't never get married trust for the same reason he keeps dragging women to his prenup attorney. And I say this, I don't think she's trying to make fun of you, but she has a comedic way of doing things and
Yeah.
addressing real issues, which is
I like Jen.
if yeah, I like that. Jen, I got call me after. I gotta talk to you. Do you think that's the reason you haven't sealed the deal with women because of that hurdle?
I think they start off, of
And
course.
then second question, sorry.
Yeah.
Then how do you explain that to the new girl? Like, I was proposed, I was about to get married 3 times, but it never went through because of this. How do you explain that to the next woman?
Well, the first one is this. Because of what I do, I'll let y'all know what I do. I actually have 2 jobs. My first job is being a financial analyst at a famous investment firm. The second part-time job is being a financial associate at a car dealership. So all I do is think is about money, looking at credit scores and everything.
Mm.
I know what I have.
Right.
I know what I like, and I know where I'm going. If a woman says, yeah, I'll sign a prenup, then changes their mind because they spoke to their family members, an attorney, and they changed their mind, that's on me. And I have no problems explaining that to anybody. Now, if they can't be with me because they don't want to sign it because they want like a payoff, then I suggest they get a better job because I'm not paying them anything until they sign something. Now, if they say, you know what, I can't work because I'm handicapped and they can't work for any other reason besides being handicapped, then that's on them. Unless they handicapped, they're signing the prenup no matter what.
Hmm.
So what if you cheat? Do you have that in your prenup?
Do you have
See,
that in the
that was
clause?
the
Is
last
that in the
time
clause,
that
sir?
they tried to add the cheating clause. Then, if I cheat, I will give her something, but I'm not giving her half. So that's the only little negotiation that I can do. Like, you're not getting half, you're not getting my house, cars, nothing like that. But I'll give you something. I
So the
won't give you a
prenup
lot.
is really because of what you do, and not the female.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, because her money doesn't mean anything to me. Her money's like backup money, or she can use that money to buy clothes or purses or whatever. She's a grown woman. She can do what she wants. That's just backup money if something happens to me. My money pays for our lifestyle. Our money is just basically my money, but I'm just letting you have an opinion on what you can do with it. That's
I'm not.
separate
So
I'm
from
not gonna lie
negotiation.
to you, Mr. Rucker.
why
You know
don't
what I
you
like
marry
about you
somebody on
because
your same level then?
I don't have. I can find like a lawyer, yeah, but I'm not going to negotiate with her.
yeah, but
Like
Mr.
it's
Rucker,
non-negotiations.
Mr. Rucker, I like what you're talking about now because to me it feels like you are eliminating any doubts if she's a gold digger or not. If you want to move forward with this,
Right.
you gotta let me know that you love me, and I'm
Right.
letting you know that you're not getting nothing. So if you don't come in this for love, you're playing yourself. I kind of like that though,
Right. It's
right?
just an
Now,
uncomfortable conversation, though.
all I'm saying is, Mr. Rucker is choosing the wrong woman. That's all I'm saying.
But
He
but
needs
you
to
also
he needs to choose women that are on his level because, like,
but you're also not taking into account that what are his options? You act like that if there's a lot of good women out here.
Right. Facts.
That's an assumption you're making. There's a lot
maybe he's staying in Texas. Maybe he need to travel.
I do travel and everything. Now, the women that are like financially the same my level or even more, they're like lawyers, doctors. They work at TV stations. I like them, but they're controlling too. So two controlling people is not going to work. It's
Okay,
like
so
we can have
you're
good
controlling.
relationships. Yeah,
So
we can
you're
have good
controlling.
relationships, but
All
it's
right.
not going to work. Like, hey, you want to move to Texas? No. Okay, bye. Like it's non-negotiable.
Yeah, I get it.
no, I
I
get
got a
it.
new perspective and new respect for you. I'm not.
No,
I got it. Mr. Rucker want all the power. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
traditional
I got you.
power.
I got you. I
Yeah.
understand.
No. Hold on. He said something else. He said all the power. You said traditional.
Yeah, just traditional. Like when men had a household, even when you enter a man's house, it was the man's rules. It's like, okay, take off your shoes, lay down, like, let me have my wife cook you something or give you something to drink. It's more traditional. But the man runs that household though. That's his rules.
Jen, you need to cam up because I want to hear this.
Oh,
But
please
asking
do, Jen.
but asking to sign a prenup is showing you're not in it for the love either, King. It's like I don't trust you up front. Is that the case?
That's classic reverse psychology. It says, oh, you don't trust me. You don't trust me. Well,
Right.
I do. I just need you to put it in writing though. If it's
Right.
love, put it in writing.
I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a book I read, I think it was called A Power Game. They said you can trust, but you have to verify.
Right. I just need something in documentation that says,
Nah,
I
King,
love you.
but look, Mr. Rucker doesn't really want somebody on his level financially because he wants to be up there over them.
Yes,
You know what I'm saying? So
I
that's
do.
I get it. I get it. That's why
I
he
hear you, man.
chooses these women that he needs a prenup because he wants that power. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's not like it's a bad thing though. I'm
No,
taking
no,
care of
I'm
them.
not saying it's a bad
Yeah.
thing, but now I understand your reasoning for a prenup. I understand.
Yeah. She can have her job.
In one sentence, he basically wants to retain power.
To
Yes.
Yeah, to have power.
But so what are other what's another way for a man to retain power outside of money and spirituality?
No, what I'm saying is like, okay, he chooses women that don't have the level of money that he has, even though he can have that woman, because him having he with his money and his power, he has the control of the household.
Right.
What he says goes.
I don't. Well, let me add this. I don't think he's saying
And he
that
doesn't
he's
have to
choosing.
consider the other person. Like, he doesn't
I
have to
don't think
consider the
he's
other
choosing.
person.
I don't think
Mr.
he's
Rucker's like,
choosing.
yo, I pay the bills here. I run this.
I don't think he's
Right.
choosing necessarily that. Is that he's reconciled with the fact that the women that make the amount of money that he makes do not want the things that he wants. So he's
No, no,
reconciled. He
he don't
reconciled with
want
the fact
that.
that
He
he's
don't
gonna
want
have
that
to
E
go
black.
lower.
He don't want that E black. He don't want somebody that makes the same money like him. He said it.
But he's saying that because they're both controlling because of their
Right.
Regardless of that, it's the money for him. He wants to be the breadwinner. That it's like he said, old school.
Okay.
He wants to be the breadwinner. He doesn't want a woman with the kind of bread that, because then now he has a woman with the same kind of bread as him. Now he gotta listen to her more. He wants to be the
Right.
decision maker.
Facts.
Okay.
Thank you,
You
Okay.
Willie.
know,
Yes.
that's it. That's
Yeah, I'm
it.
not
Okay,
I mean,
trying
I
but
to.
thought
he's
it was the
honest
other way
though.
around. I thought
But
he
he's
wanted. I thought he was basically saying, hey, I don't want these women on these type because they're not available and they're not
Nah,
as
Mr. Rucker
attractive.
is a control freak.
I
But
Willie's
no,
right.
but he's honest about it.
yeah,
Yes.
that's why I respect it. I respect that's what he wants. That's how he wants to run his house. And at the end of the day, he's the one that has to be happy with that. And if
But
that's what makes him happy, more power to him.
do you think a
Right.
woman's gonna accept that?
I understand the prenup. Yo, why not? Because look, there's some woman that's gonna accept that, and that's why he has the prenup. Because some women are gonna accept that because, like, okay, all I gotta do is do everything this man tells me to do, and he's gonna take care of all the finances, and I get to do what I want. Then some woman's gonna take that.
Right. It's not a bad deal. Again, if she has her own job and her own money, she can do whatever she wants. She doesn't have to carry the burden of paying half of the mortgage or this and that. I don't have to. But then again, I'm in control of things,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to the big decisions. Like you can make decisions on food and couches and soaps and stuff like that
Hey,
because, you're a woman and
hey,
all.
drop the link, King.
Jen gonna call you.
Jen said, I gotta talk to you a little bit. And you know Spanish?
No, I don't. I'm trying to learn Spanish because well, my current
Texas.
girlfriend is Latina, so
Oh wow,
I I like minority women, Black Latina.
that's cool.
So this will be fun. I like Jen. This
Well,
will
yo,
be fun.
yo, Mr. Rucker, hopefully it works out, man. Because you know, I would like you to be married, man. It's a different
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
it's
want to.
different, man, and
I want to be
it,
married too, man. Like
it's
I'm not
dope.
one of
It's dope.
those. I'm not
It's
one of those
dope.
red pill guys that's saying like never get married. And I'm like, no, the end goal
Yeah,
is
yeah,
marriage. It's just how you
yeah.
want it. You want to just have everything out in the open before
Right,
you get
right.
married. But yeah, the end
Yeah.
goal is marriage.
Now I
We
respect it though. I
yeah.
respect it, man.
It's just more traditional. That's all. Back in
I
the day,
understand.
more men had this point of view. My ideas are like could be viewed as sexist. And you know what? Like I can't even front. If that's the label you want to put it, so be it. That's really who I am.
Yeah.
Not like not
I
too
would
bad, I
say
don't
I
think.
would definitely say it's new age traditional. I would say definitely you. I understand where you're coming from. You would like to be definitely in the man's position, and you don't mind taking care of the woman fully,
Right.
financing everything fully, being in control, having majority dominating position in terms of the roles of the children, in terms of
Right.
the household, where you live, when. I totally get that.
You want my spelling, Mr. Rucker?
Uh oh.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna you're a good dude, you're a fly dude. Um
Thank you.
I think secretly you are in a position in your life where you have money and resources, particularly resources, and you have the ability to acquire resources, and that's even better than having resources. And with that, you are one of the people on top of the mountain. And
Yep.
you used, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you used the prenup as a way to say, you know what, I tried to marry you, but you didn't want to do that. That's your way out.
You know what, King? You are absolutely right.
Right.
I
That's
did
the way out.
everything for you. I paid bills. I did this.
I
Your
was
mom and
like, I
dad
was
like
psycho
me.
like that too.
Yeah.
I used to be, I take care of a girl, do everything for her, and then I make it seem, it'd be one certain task that she can't do. You know what? It was your fault. We never made it.
Yeah.
You're a sociopath. You have problems.
Yes.
You're sick. You're a sick individual. But you're funny though. But you're a sick individual.
Yeah, but it's like,
That's the
but it's
thing,
true
y'all.
though. That's the last key. Was like, man, I took it very seriously. I took you to a mediator. Here's a prenup. You said no. Man, we were that close.
It's like fun for. It was like fun for him to get that. It's fun.
I can live with that though. But one woman will say yes. I'm like, okay, Mrs. Rucker,
But
there
I'm
she
thinking, what if
is.
somebody says yes, and you like, oh shit, now I gotta follow through.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I'm getting older and stuff. That's the end goal. Marriage is the end goal. It's up to them about the prenup.
Where's
Hopefully,
Jen
no one will
at?
be in their ear messing it up.
I get that. I
Wow.
respect it. I do respect it.
Okay, here goes Jen. Oh boy.
Okay.
Jen, before I say anything, before you say anything, please, Jen, Jen, let me have the stuff playing. No,
Let me turn on the background.
yeah,
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah. Just so you know, I was trying to call you offline to let you know he is a fan and he likes you as a person.
I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
Right. You
I'm
follow
not
her, right, Mr. Rucker?
like
You
I'm
follow her.
some
Yes, I do.
tyrant.
Yeah, but you know, I thought like, please be gentle.
No,
That's a subscriber. Be gentle.
She
Please.
could
why
she
you
could be
acting
rough.
like I'm a tyrant?
No, you,
Give me
Jen,
a little
Jen, Jen.
credit.
Jen,
Good
be
evening,
gentle.
Jen. Good evening, Jen. You looking good at
Why?
this time of the evening?
I
Hello,
didn't want
Jen.
to listen. Listen. I had a long day. I went to the gym. I didn't want to cam up, but I was like, let me show my face. Fine, okay. I feel like every time I'm out, they pull me back in.
Right.
So I've been listening to y'all for a little while, right? And first and foremost, I commend Mr. Rucker for being honest. You know, I'm an advocate. I'm a real stickler about say what you want up front, so there are no surprises later on. I'd rather hear it up front than later on. There's
Mhm.
just one thing that I was like, what? When I said a prenup is I don't trust you up front. That's what it is in a nutshell. I don't trust you up front. I don't trust you to be my wife forever. I don't trust you not to act up. I don't trust you not to cheat. So just in case, if and you do, it's a contract. It's a just in case contract. But
Mhm.
you said that was reverse psychology. How is that reverse psychology when a little while ago you said, because women leave and women do what they want. So you're not trusting that she's going to do what you want. So how am I using reverse psychology when out of your own mouth you said that's why you're doing it? It is I don't trust you up front.
Oh, it is. I'm not gonna front. It is. I don't trust
Okay, so it's
women
not
up
reverse
front
psychology.
because it's still reverse psychology because the divorce rate is over 51%, and men have to be smart about that and knowledgeable about that. So if you're saying like you're giving me this contract because you don't trust me, yes, you're part of the statistics. You're going to divorce me. You file for divorce more than men do. So here's a contract to see if you really love me for who I am, and if you don't, you just told on yourself.
I disagree.
Of course, I
But
still like
I
you.
disagree, but it's again to each his own, but I disagree. It sounds like I was making jokes in the chat, but I'm like, it's so unromantic, right? It sounds like you're buying a burial plot. Like this is my contract. And let me tell you something. Your present girlfriend is Latina. Maybe you should think about changing your contract because the other girl didn't go for it, right? You took her to the attorney and was like, here's
Two.
two other women.
Yes.
Maybe you should change. Maybe you should change some things.
One black, one Latina.
Did they say?
I don't think a Latino would go for
business,
that.
but did they say specifically? Because now I'm curious. Did they say specifically why? Like, no, I'm not signing this. Because obviously, if they took the trip with you, they were willing, right? And then they were like, you know what? I changed my mind. Forget it. So, what about that situation made them say, forget it? I'm out.
The first one, she was black. She got into the contract about like 30 minutes in. She wanted to change the clause. She wanted to put a cheating clause on it, and I told her no. And then we had a quiet ride back, and she just said, "You know what? I'm leaving. I'm moving out." All right. Second time, Latino.
A cheating clause?
Yeah, she wanted a cheating clause on me.
Can you describe that, please? Can you describe a cheating clause? Like how would
If
that?
he cheats, she get half.
Yes, exactly.
He
So
not doing
You
that.
said no. You said no.
yeah, I said
And,
no,
and
like
she
no.
you drove back home and she says, "I'm out."
Right. It was a
And
quiet
then
ride.
and
And
she
yeah,
left. She left.
yeah. I mean, she
And then
moved in. She slowly left, and
But
yeah.
look, Mr. Rucker, that means you gonna cheat. So why you get married?
No, I'm not going to cheat. It's just the fact that I brought you to mediation. I
Right.
paid for it, and I told you months in advance there's not going to be any changes to it. She said, okay. Then she got into it. She looked at everything and said, oh, no, I want something else on it. So she just surprised it. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to surprise you by this is over. You're not going to change your prenup. Like I told you months in advance what's going to be in it. Here it
Wait, hold
is.
on.
I'm serious about marriage.
When she left, was that her trying to call your bluff?
Yes.
And did
And
you go?
the second woman, why was she like no?
It was slow because afterwards she did look at it. She was okay. We went out to eat afterwards. It was all good. A couple of months passed. She was speaking to certain family members, and all of a sudden she got cold feet. And then she said, "Well, what happens if this happens? What if that happens?" And then she said, we're better off as friends. And like, okay, yeah. So that one was slower. That one was misleading more. But
Well, thank you for being honest and sharing that. I'm just like I just when I hear you speak, I hear the cooch drying up all across the United States of America.
So
Like,
I know, I
it's
know.
like,
Only
oh,
the strong will survive.
right.
Only the strong will survive.
So, Jen, no one can any man hit you with the prenup ever.
no.
If he could, what would he have to say for you to even entertain that?
I just wouldn't. I just wouldn't.
Mm.
I just wouldn't. And here's but this is why I feel this way, right? I can be worth, you know what I mean, universe willing. I could be worth $10 million one day, right? I am not going to marry you if I feel like I need you to sign a prenup. We're just going to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Why throw a contract in it? That's what I don't understand about prenups. That what is the benefit of that union if you don't trust that person? Just date them, have sex with them, go out with them, have fun, have dinners. You know what I mean? And then if somebody cheats or somebody wants to leave, there's no contract whatsoever. But I'm not going to marry you with a prenup, even to protect my money. You know how I'm going to protect my money? I'm not going to marry you. But
Why
I'm not
get married?
Somebody I don't trust is my thing.
Why
And
get married in the first place?
No, hold up. My question is this: in regards to marriage, do you really need marriage to protect your assets or to extend your assets, like or to gain wealth? Do you really need that? Do women, according to Mr. Rucker, women use marriage for acquisition of wealth?
Yeah, see, but I don't, and I haven't, and I wouldn't.
Okay.
Right?
Can you put that in writing?
No.
Exactly.
I don't think. See, but we have different priorities, right? I'm worried about getting married and my husband dying. So before you take me to your attorney's office, are you fit, sir? What's your medical background? You know what I mean? What's your health like? Right? So we have different priorities. I don't want to marry a guy that's going to have a heart attack, over a cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? So we have different priorities. If I have wealth, how I'm going to protect my wealth is I'm not marrying you, but we will have fun. We will go out. I will fund vacations. We can do, but I'm not. To me, it seems like the guys had it. Like I didn't even have to cam up because the guys had it. You're a controlling person.
Yep.
And I think that's what it is with you. And I think you like the idea of a woman signing a contract because you said, and being the doting wife because you said, and that's fine. There are women out there that will do it. Now I will say good luck, and you may have to sacrifice looks and other things, but you will find seriously you
No,
will
but why?
Yeah, they try to do that. Thank you, Kim.
Why?
you'll find her because women who are attractive and fit and have their own money have options on options on options. So if I have the option to have The Rock on my arm or Jason Momoa or pick a guy, why am I going to get me a rounder guy who wants me to sign a prenup? It doesn't even make sense.
Time is not on
It
your
makes
side.
no sense.
Oh, he's saying time is not on woman's side.
If you're
Say
trying to have
again?
kids, time is not on your side.
Time is not on woman's
Okay,
side.
what if she already has kids or doesn't want kids? See, that's what I'm saying. You really have, in my opinion, like your options are slim because now you need a woman that wants children with you, wants to sign a contract, right?
Right.
So all I can say is good luck with that.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Jen,
Huh?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be honest with you. Today's men believe that they're the prize now, and the reason why I say that, if you geography, if he goes to Atlanta, he's the prize. It's not you wouldn't believe Atlanta is like a oasis of single woman that's looking to get married. If Texas, depending on where he goes, if he has the money, the factual thing is they consider him the prize. They really do.
Okay.
Yeah, it's facts. I'm in Dallas,
No,
Texas.
I said geography, depending on where he goes.
Right.
Depending on where he lives. Now,
Dallas is nice.
if he goes to New York.
Isn't Atlanta what they call like the Black Hollywood? Isn't everybody down there looking really good and got their own shit together and got their own money and the women are really, so it's like, don't those women also have options is what I'm saying.
No, that's the thing about age. There's 10 to 1 men. That's why he would be a prize.
Okay.
Yeah, and it also depends on the age too. Like older women, they're fun, but if I'm trying to find a younger woman to have kids with, I got more options in that way. The older women are fun, but it's like, well, I'm good.
Do you have any children or you want children?
I want children.
Or you don't have any?
No.
Do you mind telling us your age?
36.
Oh, he's young. You're young.
That's young.
Youngish. I'm getting towards 40.
That's young.
That's young.
36? That's young to me. That's young.
That's young.
So he has a lot of time to come to his senses.
I'm not coming off the prenup.
But what age do you date? What age do you date?
My age, the youngest I would do is probably 24. So 36, 24 to 36.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard, man.
Ouch. Well, okay.
Yeah, because
it's college graduates.
Yeah, because the young girls, the young women are not I don't know if they're gonna have that. I think you probably get that from an older, a more seasoned woman because she's like, you know what, I just want to get married. I love you, right? Yeah. But a young woman's like, nah, I want everything. Stop playing.
Everything. And they can get it. And they listen, they can go to one baller party, just the one, in a $10 dress, okay, and bag a man worth $50 million, like that. Especially if he's a country bumpkin. I've seen it. I've been at those affairs. I've seen how the guys go at women. I always recommend, like, go to one of those parties and don't have one drink. I ended up writing a script behind what I saw. That's how powerful it was. Go to one of those baller parties and don't have one drink and just watch. Just watch. These girls walk in with $10 shoes and $10 dresses, and that ass is sitting right and them tits is sitting right. She can have that man, and if she can't have that man, she most certainly can have his baby. So the women of today are so different, and the access is different. Now they're, guys that they didn't have access to, all they have to do now is slide in their DMs. Right? That's why all these ballers are always getting caught. They're always getting caught with a screenshot, right? Don't end up a screenshot is the saying. So it's like your options, in my opinion, just my opinion, you're going to have to go older and more settled in, like, okay, baby, I'm going to love my Teddy Ruxpin no matter what, and I'll sign whatever you want, baby. You're going to need one of them. But these young girls that are hot and sexy,
they're not playing with you.
Because they don't have to. because the ballers of today are easy pickings. They are easy pickings. They are not hard nuts to crack. That's why we see it every day.
But
Right? We can make Danny the whole the baby lay thing. He called her a side chick. He called her a side chick and threw her out, or what. We can make fun of her, but guess what? She has child support, a hefty check for the rest of her life, forever, and that's something a prenup can't fix, right? So
condoms.
People still wear those.
What are those?
Yeah, people still wear those.
Man, you trying to go in the box? I mean, there's some other places,
Listen,
but you
man,
know,
I can't remember the last time. I feel like I think condoms are like marriage to me. I'm not having sex with you unless I trust you. So it's like kind of like marriage. I'm not.
You.
I trust easily.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Man. Oh, you are funny. Yo, Jen has layered jokes. So we're gonna get
she
her
does.
Her jokes are layered. Her jokes are layered.
Subliminal shots.
She's hilarious. Yeah, she definitely would.
Now, let me tell you something. And I always have proof. I could back up my jokes though. You're always on here talking about all the women you date. That's why I said it. So I said it with the same information everybody else has. So there.
Yeah,
am I wrong, guys? Is King not always on here talking about the women that he dates and how?
No, I'm not saying that, but it's definitely layered jokes. If they know, they know. But it's funny. So I'm just saying she's right. But you know, me personally, is like I agree with you. If you're gonna get married to somebody, you gotta trust them, right? But I take it further. If I have sex with somebody, I have to trust them. But just like sex and marriage, people are subject to change their emotions and their actions. That's why I said that. People are subject to change. And I think Mr. Rucker says, I don't want to be a victim to people changing the way they feel about me all of a sudden.
Right.
You don't ever know someone fully, right? You really don't. Like at this age, he's 36. I think he's young, but he can't be dating a woman for 5 years, right? Like me, I'm not gonna be dating a woman for 5 years. If I feel a vibe in 6 months, 3 months, I'm down the aisle.
Exactly.
See, look, don't do that. Come on, Jen.
Hey, listen to each his own. To each
Jen, then you're gonna have to vet me a wife then, because you see things I don't see.
I'm just like, but this is why men get into trouble. Like 3 months, 6 months, and y'all talking about you don't know if somebody gonna change it. You only knew her 3 months.
But what about 5 years? People cheat after 5 years.
Yes, they do.
Right. You gotta vet somebody from. You gotta handpick.
But that's what I say. I wouldn't lock in. I would not lock in.
What I want to do, I need you to pick somebody for me, and then I'm going to hold you accountable if it fails.
Good. Good.
I guess my prenup is not locking in, because if I'm with a guy and he cheats, it's adios. Like I'm not, you know what I mean? And there's no paperwork and no attorneys or nothing that we have to negotiate. I don't have to see your mug anymore. Like I guess that's my prenup. I'm not locking in with you.
So what about the fantasy? You don't have this fantasy of weddings and a destination wedding, you know, just that whole fantasy that women grew up with. How are you going to get over that?
Like, well, first of all, I'm over it. Maybe 20 years ago, I was like, yay, weddings. Right. But even still, we can, you know, go to the Bahamas on the beach and have somebody promise us to each other, right? I'm cool with that. It's still the same feeling. It's still the same experience. I just don't want to sign any paperwork with anybody. I don't want to do it because it's easy to get in and hell to get out of. It's like trouble.
Have you been through that? Have you been through that before? If you don't mind me asking, have you been through that? That's why
relationships?
No, like contract agreements that you had to escape.
Yes. Yes, and it's hell. It's like I don't want to never again. It fixed me good. I was like, I will never again lock into anything. I'm not gonna do it. And I think that tradition, religion will fuck you in the ass. It really, really will.
Yeah.
It really will. Like, let me tell you something. We grow up and we're constantly being fed.
Painful.
We're constantly being fed tradition from birth, right? But humans are so dynamic and so different the divorce rate is 50%. It's asinine to think that this tradition was meant for every human being. People are like, well, why do you think the divorce rate is so high? Because of finances and cheating. No, because not every human being was meant to be married. That's why the divorce rate is so high. Well, his finances and cheating. Look at the statistics. It's because humans are not meant to do what every other human does. But our parents did it. Our grandparents did it. Our great-grandparents did it. So we grow up and boy meets girl. Girl wants to get married, so boy says yes, and then they get married, and they were two people who should not have been in a union to begin with. That's just my opinion. It's not meant for everybody. That's why divorce happens so often.
Right.
It feels good when you date different people because that is what you should be doing. But in the back of your mind, you got your parents who've been married, but what you really want to do is date different people. But in the back of your mind is your parents who got married, so you're like, I have to do that. That's what they did. And you're not meant to be in a union. And it gets so ugly. We got prenups over here.
That's right.
We got this one wants 3 different wives over there.
Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? I don't want I want a wife that likes to share with me. That's what I want. But I want to say thank you. We went overtime. Thank you, Chef, for being patient with us. We want to go to Chef page right now to continue this dialogue. Chef, what are you going to be talking about on your page so we can follow you immediately? Hello?
Chef is like, I sleep. Y'all talking too long.
Nah, the conversation is loyalty dead? Is loyalty dead?
Good. Yeah, the hot topic, the hot content. So I'm going to end this. I want to say thank you, Jen.
Wait, let me say something before I go. One thing to Willie. By the way, I'm not a pessimist. Okay, I believe in love. I believe in loyalty. I think the Willie Deans exist. That's the other 50% of the divorce rate, right? 50% get divorced, 50% stay married. I do think that there are people born on this planet that are built for marriage and love and longevity. But the other 50% are in denial, and you have to really know thyself.
Right.
So
you're not built for marriage.
I don't want marriage right now. I'm built.
I'm saying, are you built?
Right. I don't want it right now.
Okay, so you kept the open door though. That's good though. You kept the open door.
The door is open, but when you come in, just know I'm going to tell you I don't want it right now.
Right. Okay. Well, listen, I want it right now with 3 ladies. So listen, on that note, we're gonna go to Chef page, and I want to say thank you to everybody. She is so funny. All right, thank you. Peace.
All right.
Prenup.
No.